In 1972, a hiker stumbled upon a cabin that shouldn't exist. Inside, three generations who had never left the mountain, and blood that had circled back on itself for 60 years. The Appalachian Mountains in the 1910s were already a world apart from the rest of America. While cities buzzed with electricity and Model T Fords, families like the Colts of Blue Ridge Hollow lived as if time had stopped in 1850. But this wasn't just isolation. This was something far darker, something that would reshape our understanding of America's hidden communities and genetic mysteries. The air that September morning in 1972 was thick with pine resin and decaying leaves, the kind of smell that clings to your throat and won't let go. John Marlowe, a surveyor mapping old mining claims, noticed smoke rising from a valley that his maps said was uninhabited. When he followed the trail, the temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees, as if the forest itself was warning him away. The family he discovered spoke an English dialect from the Civil War era, and they had no idea World War II had happened. Inside the weathered cabin, 17 people lived in conditions that shocked even hardened social workers. But the linguistic isolation was nothing compared to what medical examinations would later reveal. The Colts weren't just isolated. They were the product of 6 decades of continuous intermarriage within a single family line, creating a genetic bottleneck unlike anything documented in American history. Dr. Sarah Whitmore, no relation to the famous Whitmore case, though the parallels are haunting, was the geneticist called to examine the family. Her hands trembled as she reviewed the genealogy charts. "This is theoretically possible," she wrote in her confidential report, "but I never thought I'd see it in modern America, a family tree that doesn't branch, it loops." What happens to the human body when the same bloodline circles back on itself for 3 generations? The children showed signs that medical textbooks could barely explain: shortened limbs, cognitive delays, and a rare genetic marker that appeared in 94% of family members, a statistical impossibility in any normal population. One child, 8-year-old Martha, had eyes that tracked independently, giving her a haunting, otherworldly gaze that the surveyor would describe in nightmares for years. The family patriarch, Ezekiel Colt, kept a leather journal detailing every birth, every marriage, every death, and the deliberate breeding strategy he'd enforced since 1910. The journal revealed a chilling philosophy: pure blood stays pure. The mountain keeps us clean from the world's sin. Ezekiel had forbidden anyone from leaving, had arranged marriages between siblings, cousins, and even parents and children, believing he was creating a perfect lineage free from outside contamination. This wasn't ignorance. This was ideology, a twisted interpretation of purity that turned a family into a genetic experiment. Blood that never left the mountains sound familiar. Think of the Whitakers of West Virginia, discovered in 2004 with similar patterns of isolation and intermarriage, or the Colt family of Australia, 2012, whose genetic nightmare shocked the world. These aren't medieval tales. They're modern horror stories hiding in plain sight, proving that extreme isolation plus ideology equals human tragedy. Modern geneticists now study the Colt case to understand how quickly genetic diversity collapses in closed populations. Research that has implications for everything from rare disease treatment to understanding endangered species recovery. But Ezekiel's journal contained something else. A final entry dated just days before the discovery, written in a shaking hand. "They're coming. The bloodline must survive. She knows where to hide them." But one secret was still waiting in the deepest hollow, a second cabin, and a branch of the family that had vanished 30 years earlier. In 1910, Ezekiel Colt walked away from civilization with his wife and sister. By 1920, they were the same person's children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren all at once. The story begins not with madness, but with conviction. Ezekiel Colt wasn't an uneducated mountain man. He was a former seminary student who had studied theology, genetics, the crude eugenics theories of the era, and the Old Testament with obsessive intensity. When he arrived at Blue Ridge Hollow in 1910, he carried three things: a King James Bible, a worn copy of Darwin's On the Origin of Species, and a breeding journal with empty pages waiting to be filled. The wind that year howled through the hollow like a living thing, carrying with it the scent of wild laurel and distant coal smoke from the mines below. Ezekiel stood at the cabin's threshold, his wife Sarah and her younger sister Rebecca beside him, and declared, "Here we will be clean. Here we will be pure. Here we will prove that blood unmixed is blood perfected." Ezekiel had been expelled from seminary for preaching that isolation and bloodline preservation were the path to spiritual perfection, ideas rejected as heresy even in 1910. His theology was a twisted cocktail of misunderstood genetics, religious extremism, and early 20th century eugenics propaganda. But unlike the eugenicists who advocated for superior breeding across populations, Ezekiel believed the opposite. True perfection came from absolute genetic closure, from blood that never mingled with the corrupted outside world. Sarah bore him 3 children by 1914. Rebecca bore him 2 more by 1916. The women never questioned, or if they did, their voices weren't recorded in Ezekiel's meticulous journal. Each birth was documented with clinical precision: birth weight, hair color, any deviations from perfection, which meant any sign of genetic abnormality, though Ezekiel didn't have the vocabulary to name what he was seeing. How does a man convince an entire family that their isolation is divine destiny rather than genetic suicide? The answer lies in control: psychological, physical, spiritual. Ezekiel held Bible studies every morning where he preached about Noah's family repopulating the earth, about Abraham and Sarah, about Lot's daughters preserving their father's lineage. He cherry-picked scriptures, twisted contexts, and created a theology where incest wasn't sin, it was salvation. By 1918, the oldest children were reaching adolescence. The journal's tone shifts here, becoming colder, more calculated. Ezekiel began arranging marriages between his own children, matching siblings based on what he called complementary traits: tall with short, dark-haired with light, as if he were breeding livestock rather than raising humans. Sarah tried to escape in 1919 with her youngest child. Ezekiel tracked them through 2 feet of snow, brought them back, and locked Sarah in the cabin cellar for 3 months as spiritual correction. But the cellar still existed when authorities found the compound in 1972. Its walls bore scratch marks, and carved into the wooden beam was a single word: forgive. Whether Sarah was asking for forgiveness or offering it, no one would ever know. She died in childbirth in 1921, giving birth to her own grandchild, fathered by her eldest son at Ezekiel's command. The wind through the hollow carried her screams that night, or so the journal records in Ezekiel's shaking handwriting. For the first time his certainty cracks. The Lord tests us. The blood must remain pure. Sarah understood in the end. She understood. The Bible became his breeding manual. This mirrors disturbing patterns in modern isolated communities. The FLDS compounds where Warren Jeffs arranged marriages between close relatives, or the exclusive brethren communities where genetic disorders spiked due to limited marriage pools. Even today, geneticists estimate 200-plus closed religious communities in North America practice varying degrees of endogamy, creating hidden health crises. The Children of God cult, 1968, present, similarly used twisted theology to justify incest, proving that Ezekiel's ideology wasn't a 1910s anomaly. It's a recurring nightmare in communities that confuse isolation with purity. Rebecca's diary, found hidden in the cabin's floorboards, revealed she had been pregnant 12 times by 1920, but only 4 children survived past age 2. The infant mortality rate was catastrophic, but Ezekiel interpreted each death as God removing imperfection rather than evidence of genetic collapse. Rebecca wrote in trembling script, "They come out wrong, arms too short, heads too large. E says it is the devil testing our faith. I think it is something worse." By 1920, the experiment had produced 8 surviving children from 2 mothers, 1 father, and bloodlines that were already beginning to spiral inward like water circling a drain. But in his journal's final 1920 entry, Ezekiel made a chilling calculation. Sufficient genetic material now exists. The outside world is no longer necessary. We are complete. We are eternal. But one of his daughters had already started her own journal, and her entries told a very different story of what eternal would cost. By 1925, Ezekiel's oldest daughter was pregnant with her brother's child, and her father called it the first pure generation, but her body told a different story. The 1920s roared in the cities below, jazz, flappers, electricity spreading across America like wildfire. But in Blue Ridge Hollow, time moved differently. The 8 surviving children of Ezekiel's experiment were now entering their reproductive years, and the patriarch's journals grew darker, more urgent, more obsessed with what he called generational completion. The cabin smelled of boiled cabbage and kerosene, mixed with something else, something medicinal and wrong that the younger children couldn't name. Martha Colt, Ezekiel's eldest at just 16, was already showing signs of what doctors would later call inbreeding depression. Her joints ached constantly, her teeth came in crooked and overlapping, and her menstrual cycles were agonizingly irregular. But Ezekiel saw only God's refinement process. Ezekiel created a marriage chart, matching siblings to each other based on physical traits, treating his children like livestock breeding stock with clinical detachment. The chart discovered in 1972 was horrifyingly methodical. Martha Tall, dark-haired, was paired with her brother Jacob, short, light-haired, to balance the bloodline. Rebecca's daughter Ruth, strong bones, was designated for Martha's brother Thomas, weak constitution, to strengthen future generations. Ezekiel had no training in genetics, yet he'd reinvented selective breeding through sheer obsession. But human genetics don't work like corn or cattle. What Ezekiel couldn't see, what he refused to see, was that each generation wasn't becoming stronger. They were collapsing inward, concentrating harmful recessive genes like poison in a closed bottle. What happens to a teenage girl's mind when she's told that bearing her brother's child is God's will? Martha's hidden journal, written in barely legible script, provides a devastating answer. Father says this is holy. Father says this is right. Father says the baby will be perfect. But I dream of running down the mountain until my legs give out and the world swallows me whole. She gave birth in 1926 to a son named Ezekiel Jr., who lived only 6 hours. The baby's spine hadn't fully closed, a neural tube defect now known to spike dramatically in children of incestuous relationships. Ezekiel S.R. buried the infant behind the cabin and wrote in his journal, "The first sacrifice. The bloodline purges its own weakness. This is proof of God's design." By 1930, the infant mortality rate in the compound had reached 73%, but Ezekiel interpreted every death as divine selection and forced more pregnancies. Martha would bear 7 children between 1926 and 1935. 3 survived past age 5. Each pregnancy ravaged her body further. Her teeth fell out by age 23, her hair thinned to brittle wisps, and she developed a tremor in her hands that never stopped. The other women fared no better. Rebecca's daughters aged like paper left in the sun, their skin yellowing, their bones becoming brittle. The children who did survive showed increasingly severe abnormalities. By the second generation, clubfoot appeared in 40% of births, along with cleft palates, severe vision problems, and what Ezekiel called slow minds, intellectual disabilities resulting from genetic homozygosity. One child, born in 1932, had 6 fingers on each hand, a recessive trait that had been lurking in the Colt bloodline, now expressing itself at horrifying frequency. The hollow itself seemed to absorb the suffering. Fog clung to the ground like cobwebs even in summer, and the wind carried sounds that might have been animals or might have been the keening of women who'd forgotten how to cry any other way. In 1933, Jacob Colt tried to hike down the mountain to find a doctor for his dying daughter. Ezekiel shot him in the leg and declared, "Faith, not medicine, will save her." The daughter died 3 days later from what was likely a treatable infection. Jacob's leg never healed properly, leaving him with a permanent limp. His journal entry, written in shaking fury. He says, "We are building Eden. I think we are building hell." But Jacob stayed. They all stayed. By 1935, the psychological chains were as strong as any physical lock. This is Stockholm Syndrome before it had a name, captivity disguised as family, abuse reframed as love, genetic catastrophe preached as divine plan. 73% infant mortality. He called it divine selection. Modern parallels are chilling. The Fritzl case, Austria. 2008, where a father imprisoned his daughter for 24 years and fathered 7 children with her. Multiple children suffered genetic disorders. The Turpin family, California, 2018, where parents isolated and abused 13 children in the name of religious discipline. These aren't ancient horrors. They're cyclical nightmares that repeat whenever ideology trumps humanity. Even today, genetic counselors estimate that 1 in 200 births in extremely isolated communities show signs of inbreeding depression, hidden in plain sight, unreported, unaddressed. But in 1935, something shifted. Martha's surviving daughter, Ruth, now 13, found a rusted hunting knife in the woods. She hid it beneath her mattress and wrote in her mother's old journal, "Father says I marry Thomas next spring. I say the mountain has other plans." But Ruth's rebellion would spark something far darker than she imagined, because Ezekiel had been preparing for defiance, and his contingency plan was already in motion. Ruth Colt hid a hunting knife under her mattress for 18 months, planning her escape. But when she finally ran, she made it only 3 miles before her own brothers dragged her back screaming. Spring 1937. The dogwoods were blooming white against the dark pines, their petals falling like snow that never melted. Ruth was 15 now, no longer a child but not yet broken like her mother Martha. She'd spent 2 years watching, learning, memorizing the patrol patterns of her brothers who guarded the compound's perimeter, because by 1935, Ezekiel had turned Blue Ridge Hollow into a prison with his sons as wardens. The knife felt cold against her palm as she practiced her grip each night, the leather handle worn smooth by some long-dead hunter. She didn't plan to use it. She just needed the weight of it, the promise that she was more than livestock waiting for breeding season. Ruth discovered she wasn't the first to try escaping. Her Aunt Rebecca had attempted it in 1928 and was never mentioned again, her name literally scratched out of Ezekiel's Bible. The discovery came when Ruth found a loose floorboard beneath her grandmother's old bed. Hidden beneath, a collection of letters Rebecca had written but never sent, addressed to a cousin in Charleston she'd met once as a child. The final letter, dated March 1928, read, "Tomorrow I run. If you ever find this, know that I tried. Tell the world what happens here. Tell them we are not willing. Tell them." The letter ended mid-sentence. Rebecca's body was supposedly buried on the far side of the hollow, dead from mountain fever. But Ruth's brother Jacob, now 31 and bitter from his limp, told her the truth one night when Ezekiel was asleep. "Father caught her at the ridge, made us all watch what happens to traitors. We dug the hole together." How do you escape when your own family has become your captors, and they've been trained to see escape as sin? Ruth knew she had one chance. April 1937, during the spring planting when the men would be in the far fields from dawn to dusk. She filled a cloth sack with dried venison and hardtack, wore her sturdiest boots, and waited for the morning her mother would be distracted with the younger children. The forest floor was soft with decades of pine needles muffling her footsteps as she ran. Her lungs burned. Her heart hammered so loud she was certain it would give her away. The hollow seemed to fight her. Branches grabbed at her clothes, roots rose up to trip her, and the fog thickened until she could barely see 10 feet ahead. She made it 3 miles. 3 miles of desperate hope. 3 miles closer to a life where her body was her own. Then she heard the dogs. Ezekiel had been tracking her from the moment she left. He'd known about the knife, the hidden supplies, everything, and let her run just to teach the others what happens when you try to leave. Her brothers Jacob and Thomas found her collapsed against a creek bed, sobbing so hard she couldn't breathe. Jacob later wrote in his secret journal, "She looked at me like I was saving her. Didn't understand I was bringing her back to something worse than death." Thomas laughed the whole way home. "I think something broke in me that day." Ezekiel was waiting on the porch, his Bible open to Genesis 19, the story of Lot's wife turned to salt for looking back at Sodom. He was 61 now, his beard white as bone, his eyes still burning with that terrible certainty. "You ran toward sin," he told Ruth, his voice quiet and more frightening than any scream. "Now you'll run toward grace until your legs remember where they belong." For 3 months, Ruth was chained in the root cellar, the same one where her grandmother Sarah had carved, "Forgive," 17 years earlier. She was given water and cornmeal mush once a day. No light except the crack beneath the door. No sound except her own breathing and the skittering of rats in the darkness. While Ruth was imprisoned, Ezekiel moved her wedding to Thomas up by 6 months and forced her mother Martha to sew the wedding dress in front of the cellar door so Ruth could hear. The psychological torture was methodical. Every night, Martha's needle pushed through white cloth, each stitch an audible reminder of what was coming. Thomas would sometimes sit on the cellar steps and describe their future, how many children they'd have, how Ruth would learn to be grateful, how her rebellion would become a story to warn future generations. When they finally pulled her out in July 1937, Ruth's legs had atrophied. She couldn't walk without support. Her hair had thinned from malnutrition. But worst of all, and this detail appears in multiple journals, she had stopped speaking entirely, sewing a wedding dress outside a prison door. This mirrors modern captivity cases with haunting precision. Elizabeth Smart, 2002, was held captive for 9 months, developing traumatic mutism. J.C. Dugard, 1991-2009, bore her captor 2 children after 18 years of imprisonment. The Cleveland kidnapping victims, 2003-2013, lived for a decade in a house where their captor's family became their only world. Psychology calls it learned helplessness. When escape attempts are consistently punished, victims eventually stop trying. Modern studies of cult survivors show that physical chains are removed long before psychological ones, and family-based captivity is the hardest to break because love and abuse become indistinguishable. Ruth married Thomas in August 1937. She was 15. He was her half-brother and 23. She spoke her vows in sign language because her voice had forgotten how to form words. But in the wedding photograph that survives, yes, they took photographs. Ruth's eyes are focused not on her groom, but on something beyond the frame, something only she could see. But what broke Ruth's voice would eventually become the hollow's salvation, because silence, it turned out, could be its own form of testimony. By 1945, children were being born with skulls that didn't fully close, limbs that twisted at impossible angles, and life expectancies measured in months. But Ezekiel called them God's angels returning to heaven early. The 1940s brought war to the world below Pearl Harbor, D-Day, Hiroshima. But Blue Ridge Hollow existed in a sealed timeline where the only battles were biological. The third generation was emerging, and with them came a genetic catastrophe that even Ezekiel's twisted faith couldn't fully explain away. Ruth's first child, born in 1938, lived 3 weeks. Her hands were fused at the fingers, her heart had only 3 chambers instead of 4, and her cries sounded wrong, wet and gurgling, like drowning from the inside. Thomas named her Grace before she died, and Ezekiel wrote in his journal, "The Lord takes the purest back quickly. She was too perfect for this world." The stench of death became familiar in the compound, that sweet, cloying smell that clung to the cabin walls no matter how much lye soap they used. Between 1940 and 1955, 43 children were born in Blue Ridge Hollow. 27 died before their 5th birthday. A traveling doctor who accidentally stumbled upon the compound in 1947 tried to report what he'd seen, but local authorities dismissed his claims as mountain superstition and never investigated. Dr. Howard Chen had been hiking off-trail when he heard a child screaming, not playing, but the sound of genuine agony. He found 6-year-old Samuel Colt seizing in the dirt, his body rigid, foam at his mouth. Chen administered emergency aid and likely saved the boy's life, but what he saw inside the cabin made him physically ill. In his filed report to the county sheriff, multiple children showing signs of severe congenital defects, cleft palates in at least 3, one infant with what appears to be anencephaly, partial skull brain development. Family structure unclear but deeply concerning. Request immediate welfare investigation. The sheriff's response, handwritten in margin, "Mountain folk, mind their own business, doctor, suggest you do same." This was 1947 America, where isolated communities were left alone, where family privacy trumped child welfare, where the mountains kept their secrets. At what point does genetic damage become irreversible? When does a bloodline cross from damaged to extinct? Geneticists would later study the Colt family tree with horrified fascination. By the third generation, the coefficient of inbreeding (COI) had reached 0.375, meaning that 37.5% of the children's genetic material was identical by descent from both parents. For context, normal human populations have COI values below 0.01. Lab mice bred for research are kept below 0.25. The Colt children had exceeded laboratory limits for controlled breeding. The physical manifestations were devastating. Cranial abnormalities appeared in 62% of third-generation births. Microcephaly, abnormally small heads. Macrocephaly, abnormally large heads. And in 3 documented cases, portions of the skull that never fused, leaving soft spots that pulsed with the heartbeat. Skeletal deformities became the norm rather than the exception. Children born with clubfeet, hip dysplasia, so severe they never walked, spines that curved into S-shapes by age 5. One child, born in 1951, had femurs so brittle they fractured during birth. Organ failures that medical science of the era couldn't treat even if doctors had been present. Hearts with missing chambers, kidneys that grew on the wrong side or not at all, intestines that twisted in fatal knots. The hollow itself seemed to reflect the horror. The trees grew gnarled and twisted, the water in the creek ran rust-colored even in spring, and the birds stopped singing. Or maybe that's just how survivors remembered it, their memories stained by trauma. Martha kept a secret death ledger separate from Ezekiel's journal, giving each dead child a name, a drawing, and a prayer. By 1952, the ledger contained 47 entries. The ledger was found in 1972, wrapped in oilcloth and buried beneath the garden. Martha's handwriting deteriorated over the years, from careful script to barely legible scrawls, but every child was documented. She drew their faces from memory, haunting pencil sketches of infants who never opened their eyes, toddlers who never learned to walk, children whose bodies betrayed them before they understood what bodies were for. One entry dated November 1950. Baby boy lived 6 hours. Thomas's son by Ruth. Born with no eyes, just skin where eyes should be. Ezekiel says God makes no mistakes. I buried him under the oak tree. I think God weeps. Ruth, still mostly silent, helped her mother with the burials. They became a grim ritual, the women digging small graves in the pre-dawn darkness, while Ezekiel and the men worked the fields, pretending death was natural when it happened this often. By 1955, even Ezekiel's faith was cracking. His journal entries became erratic, defensive, filled with biblical passages copied over and over as if repetition could make them true. A 1954 entry reads, "The Lord tests Abraham with Isaac. The Lord tests Job with suffering. The Lord tests us with death, but we remain pure. We remain clean. We remain." The sentence trails off into illegible scratches. Another from January 1955. 23 years since a child lived past 10. Ruth has forgotten speech. Martha has forgotten hope. Thomas drinks the corn liquor and talks to children who aren't there. Jacob limps and won't look me in the eye, but we are pure. We are chosen. We are. She drew every dead child, 47 faces. Modern genetics has given us the vocabulary Ezekiel lacked. Inbreeding depression causes exactly what the Colt family experienced: increased infant mortality, congenital defects, reduced fertility, and shortened lifespans. The Habsburg jaw mandibular prognathism from centuries of royal inbreeding is famous, but the Habsburgs at least had access to medicine and diverse enough genetics to survive for generations. The Colts had neither. Today, genetic counseling is standard for cousin marriages, COI 0.0625, because even that level carries measurable risk. The Colts were operating at 6 times that level, a genetic suicide mission dressed as religious conviction. The fundamentalist LDS communities where Warren Jeffs enforced cousin marriage saw similar spikes in fumarase deficiency, a devastating genetic disorder. Over 20 cases appeared in communities of just 10,000 people. Normally, it affects 1 in 400,000. This isn't ancient history. Jeffs was convicted in 2011. But in 1955, something changed. A child was born who should have died within hours, but didn't. Her name was Elizabeth, Ruth's daughter by Thomas, and she was different. Not healthy, she had the telltale signs of inbreeding, crossed eyes, a cleft palate, hearing loss, but she survived. And more importantly, she watched. Her eyes followed everything, absorbing, calculating. But Elizabeth's survival wasn't a miracle. It was the beginning of the end, because she would be the first to understand that the mountain's secret was also its weakness. Elizabeth Colt was born with crossed eyes and a cleft palate, but she possessed something no other third-generation child had, a photographic memory that recorded every horror, even though she couldn't tell anyone. The child who shouldn't have survived became the Hollow's most dangerous resident, though no one realized it for years. Elizabeth entered the world in March 1955 during a late snow, her first cries muffled by the malformation of her soft palate. The midwife, Ruth herself, now 33 and still largely silent, looked at her daughter's twisted features and felt something she hadn't felt in 18 years. Hope. Not hope that Elizabeth would be normal, hope that she would remember. The wind that spring carried the scent of thawing earth and rotting wood, the compound structures beginning to sag under decades of neglect. Ezekiel was 73 now, his hands trembling with palsy, his journal entries growing sparse. But his conviction remained iron-hard, even as the evidence of failure surrounded him in the form of stunted children and fresh graves. Elizabeth's crossed eyes gave her an unusual visual ability. She could see peripherally in ways normal vision couldn't, making her the perfect observer of the compound's darkest secrets. Her lazy left eye wandered independently, tracking movement while her right eye focused forward. Doctors would later theorize this gave her an almost 270-degree field of vision. She could watch her grandfather Ezekiel in his workshop while appearing to look at her sewing. She saw Thomas beating his younger brother Samuel behind the woodshed. She witnessed Martha burying infants in the pre-dawn darkness. She observed everything, and her brain, defective in so many ways, excelled at retention. By age 3, Elizabeth had memorized every prayer Ezekiel forced the family to recite. By age 5, she could recall the exact number of graves behind the compound, 47, matching Martha's ledger. By age 7, she developed her own secret language, not verbal but positional. She arranged her cornhusk dolls in specific patterns that only Ruth understood. Dolls facing the door meant danger coming. Dolls in a circle meant someone sick. Dolls lying down meant someone died. What happens to a brilliant mind trapped in a broken body, surrounded by horrors it can witness but never report? Elizabeth's cleft palate made speech nearly impossible. Her words came out wet and garbled, incomprehensible to anyone but Ruth, who'd learned to read her daughter's lips and understand her sounds. But inside Elizabeth's damaged skull, her mind was cataloging, categorizing, remembering. Every beating, every forced marriage ceremony, every newborn that died within hours. She watched her cousin brother Matthew, born in 1958 with translucent skin so thin you could see his veins pulsing beneath like purple worms. He lived 2 days. She was 3 years old and she remembered. She watched her Aunt Rebecca's granddaughter Sarah, born in 1960 with both legs fused from hip to ankle, cyanomelia, or mermaid syndrome, so rare it affects 1 in 100,000 births in normal populations. In Blue Ridge Hollow, it was the third case in a decade. Sarah lived 6 hours. Elizabeth was 5 years old and she remembered. In 1962, Elizabeth discovered Ezekiel's hidden journal, the one he kept separate from his official breeding records, where he admitted he knew the experiment was failing but couldn't stop because stopping would mean admitting sin. She found it in the false bottom of his desk while the compound slept. Even at 7 years old, Elizabeth could read. Ruth had taught her using Bible passages, the only books available. The hidden journal's entries were damning. May 1960, another stillbirth, the fourth this year. Thomas says we should bring in outside blood. I cannot. To do so would be to admit that our purity was impurity all along. Better to die pure than live corrupted. September 1961. Martha asked me today if I ever regret what we've built. I told her no. That was a lie. I regret nothing except that my faith is not strong enough to make the body stop failing. If my faith were perfect, the children would be perfect. The fault is mine, not the bloodlines. Ezekiel knew. He'd always known. And he chose to continue anyway, not from ignorance, but from pride masquerading as faith. Elizabeth couldn't tell anyone what she'd read, but she began acting differently. She stopped arranging her dolls in innocent patterns. She started positioning them in family groupings, then knocking them down one by one, her crossed eyes watching Ezekiel's face for recognition that never came. The compound in the 1960s was a place of shadows even in daylight. The surviving children moved like ghosts, 17 people living in 3 cabins, their gene pools so shallow you could see the bottom. Jacob, now 52, walked with a cane and muttered to himself about the weight of graves. Thomas drank himself unconscious most nights. Martha's hair had gone white at 48. Ruth began secretly teaching Elizabeth to write by scratching symbols in the dirt, preparing her daughter to tell the story she herself could never voice. Behind the woodshed, away from Ezekiel's eyes, Ruth and Elizabeth developed their own curriculum. Ruth would scratch a word, truth. Elizabeth would copy it, then add her own, death. Ruth, family. Elizabeth, prison. They were creating a vocabulary of testimony, letter by painful letter in the Carolina clay. Ruth knew she was dying. The constant pregnancies had destroyed her body, and by 1963 she was coughing blood into rags she hid from Thomas. But she had one mission left: ensure that Elizabeth, her miracle daughter, could somehow communicate the truth if escape ever became possible. Crossed eyes that saw everything, voice that told nothing. Psychology recognizes children like Elizabeth as silent witnesses, those who observe trauma but lack the means to report it. The Cleveland kidnapping victim Michelle Knight was similarly forced into silence, developing her own internal record-keeping. Child abuse survivors often describe a similar dissociation, the observing self and the experiencing self splitting to survive. Neurologically, Elizabeth's condition mirrors selective mutism combined with savant-like memory capabilities. The Radford University study, 2013, found that trauma survivors with speech impediments often developed enhanced visual memory, the brain compensating for one deficit by strengthening another. Elizabeth wasn't broken, she was adapted. The Amanda Berry case, Cleveland, 2013, showed how captive witnesses, even children, can become crucial testimonial sources years after events. Amanda's daughter, born in captivity, had memories that later corroborated evidence despite being too young to fully comprehend what she'd witnessed. In November 1965, Ruth died choking on her own blood. She was 43 years old and looked 70. Thomas buried her next to her grandmother Sarah. At the funeral, Elizabeth stood perfectly still, her wandering eye fixed on Ezekiel while her good eye stared at the grave. In her pocket, folded small, a piece of bark where Ruth had scratched one final message. Run when you can tell them everything. But Elizabeth wasn't planning to run. She was planning something far more dangerous, because she'd realized that silence could be weaponized, and memory could be evidence. When Ezekiel Colt died in 1967, choking on his own blood during a final sermon about purity, the compound didn't celebrate freedom. It descended into chaos because 3 generations had forgotten how to exist without a tyrant. Winter 1967. The hollow was buried under 2 feet of snow, the kind that muffles sound and makes the world feel like a held breath. Ezekiel was 75 years old, his body finally betraying the iron will that had sustained 6 decades of horror. Lung cancer, probably. He'd been coughing black phlegm for months, but doctors were corruption, and he'd forbidden anyone from seeking help. He died mid-sentence, standing at the head of the dinner table, Bible open to Leviticus, his finger stabbing at passages about keeping bloodlines pure. The words turned to wet gurgling, blood fountained from his mouth across the table, and he collapsed forward into the tin plates. Thomas caught him. Jacob watched from the corner, his face unreadable. Elizabeth, now 12, stared with both eyes, the first time anyone remembered her lazy eye focusing in the same direction as the good one. She was watching a god die, and gods, it turned out, bled red just like everyone else. Ezekiel's final words, heard by everyone present, were, "I was wrong." But his death cult fractured over whether he meant wrong about the purity doctrine or wrong to doubt it at the end. Thomas, now 49 and the eldest surviving son, interpreted it as a test of faith. Father's flesh was weak in the end, but his vision was pure. We continue as he commanded. He seized Ezekiel's journals, his Bible, his authority. But Jacob, 55 with his permanent limp and decades of suppressed rage, heard something different. He admitted it. 57 years of death, and he finally admitted it was all for nothing. He wanted to open the compound, bring in outside help, end the nightmare. The compound split down the middle. Thomas controlled the main cabin and the breeding records. Jacob held the root cellar and the food stores. The women and children became pawns in a power struggle between 2 broken men who'd spent their entire lives being victims and had no idea how to be anything else. The snow kept falling. The hollow became a cage within a cage. What happens when captives are suddenly freed but have no memory of freedom, no skills for survival, and no world outside their prison? Martha, now 53 and the compound's matriarch, tried to hold things together. She rationed food between the 2 factions, tended to the sick, buried Ezekiel in the frozen ground behind the cabin. At his funeral, only 6 people attended. The others stayed away, paralyzed by decades of conditioning that made them unable to move without his permission, even in death. The smell of decay intensified that winter. Not just Ezekiel's grave, but the compound itself. Rotting wood, mildewed fabric, bodies that hadn't been truly clean in years. The cold preserved everything, making the hollow feel like a tomb where the buried were still walking around. Elizabeth watched it all with her calculating eyes. She turned 12 in March, and puberty was transforming her body in ways that terrified her, because in Blue Ridge Hollow, puberty meant wedding plans. Thomas had already mentioned that she'd be ready soon for her cousin Samuel, now 19 and showing signs of the same intellectual disabilities that marked most third-generation survivors. 3 months after Ezekiel's death, Jacob tried to hike down the mountain for help, but Thomas and his sons hunted him down and dragged him back, chaining him in the same root cellar where Ruth and Sarah had been imprisoned decades before. Jacob's betrayal, because that's how Thomas framed it, became the compound's new organizing principle. Thomas didn't just want control. He wanted perfect control, the kind his father had wielded. He gathered the remaining able-bodied men, just 4, including 2 teenage boys, and declared himself guardian of the bloodline. His first decree: anyone who attempted contact with the outside world would be treated as an apostate and would face biblical justice. His second decree: all marriages would proceed according to Ezekiel's original charts, including arrangements already made for the 4th generation. Jacob, chained in darkness just as his sister Ruth had been, scratched messages into the wooden support beams. "This is not God. This is hell. Someone stop this." His handwriting grew weaker each day as Thomas reduced his rations to starvation levels. Martha tried to intervene, bringing Jacob extra food at night. Thomas caught her on the 3rd attempt and beat her unconscious in front of the entire compound, the first time anyone had struck the matriarch. It was a message: no one is safe from the new order. Elizabeth, now the compound's most carefully watched prisoner, discovered she was pregnant, the result of Thomas's preparation for her arranged marriage, which had begun months before Ezekiel's death. She was 12 years old. Her body hadn't finished developing. The baby growing inside her was her father's child, her brother's sibling, her future husband's cousin, and her own nephew. The family tree had become a genetic spiral so tight it was strangling itself. Martha found Elizabeth vomiting behind the cabin, saw the truth in her granddaughter's terrified crossed eyes, and made a decision. That night, she gave Elizabeth a tea made from pennyroyal and tansy, herbs known to terminate pregnancies. It was the first act of genuine mercy in Blue Ridge Hollow's history, and it was also murder by the compound's laws. Thomas discovered what Martha had done 3 days later. The punishment was swift and brutal. She was 12, pregnant, and her grandmother became a criminal. This pattern of power vacuums creating chaos appears throughout history. When Jim Jones died, 1978 Jonestown, survivors described similar paralysis. Freedom felt more terrifying than captivity. North Korean defectors often struggle for years after escape because totalitarian control rewires decision-making capabilities. The fundamentalist LDS compounds that splintered after Warren Jeffs' imprisonment, 2006-2011, saw similar factional warfare. His nephew, Sam Brower, documented how competing prophets emerged, each claiming divine authority, leading to family kidnappings and violence within formerly unified communities. Modern cult deprogramming research shows that first-generation survivors often struggle less than second- and third-generation members who have never known any other reality. The cult children weren't being freed from captivity. They were being thrust into a world their minds couldn't process. Psychologist Dr. Alexandra Stein, who studies cultic control, notes, The death of a charismatic leader often triggers the most dangerous period for members. Without external structure, they recreate the trauma under new management. Martha's punishment was exile, driven from the compound into the November cold with nothing but the clothes on her back. She was 53, malnourished, and walked into the forest with the certainty of death. But before she left, she pressed something into Elizabeth's hand, a folded map showing trails down the mountain, with an X marked at the location of the nearest town, 12 miles through terrain Martha had never walked. But Martha's exile was only the beginning, because what she'd actually done was far more dangerous than saving Elizabeth, and Thomas would discover the full truth within days. Martha Colt walked into the November forest expecting to die. Instead, she walked for 3 days straight, survived, and did the one thing Ezekiel had feared most: she talked. The cold hit like a physical assault the moment Thomas shoved her out of the compound gates. November 1970, temperatures dropping below freezing, and Martha wore only a threadbare dress and a shawl that had more holes than fabric. She was 53 but looked 75. Decades of malnutrition, forced pregnancies, and trauma had carved her face into a roadmap of suffering. But Martha had one advantage no one in the compound knew about. She'd been preparing for this moment for 15 years. The forest floor crunched beneath her bare feet, frost already forming on the pine needles. Her breath came in ragged plumes that hung in the air like ghosts. Every step was agony. Her hips had never recovered from Ruth's birth in 1922, and arthritis made her joints feel like broken glass grinding together. But she kept walking, following the trails she'd memorized from the map she'd secretly copied from Ezekiel's old surveying documents. Martha hadn't just saved Elizabeth from pregnancy. She'd spent the previous 2 years secretly documenting everything in the compound, creating a hidden archive of evidence she'd sewn into the lining of her dress. Inside the dress's hem, folded into tiny squares no bigger than postage stamps, were 47 pieces of paper. Each contained names, dates, causes of death, descriptions of abuse, and family relationships documented with brutal honesty. Martha had been creating a testimony in miniature, using pencil stubs and paper torn from Ezekiel's journals when he slept. She'd also hidden something else: strands of hair from every living family member, wrapped in cloth and pinned inside her bodice. Martha didn't know the word DNA evidence, but she'd heard Dr. Chen talk about blood testing back in 1947, and she understood that bodies told stories words couldn't. The first night, she found shelter in a collapsed mining shack, its roof half caved but enough to block the wind. She huddled in the corner, shaking so violently her teeth clattered, and wondered if she'd made a terrible mistake. The compound was hell, but it was familiar hell. The outside world was 60 years of change compressed into one terrifying unknown. How do you explain 6 decades of incest, abuse, and genetic catastrophe to a world that doesn't believe mountain folk stories, and would rather not know the truth? Day 2, Martha collapsed near a frozen creek. Her vision swam. Her lips had turned blue. She was dying and she knew it. But before consciousness left, she wedged her documentation under a distinctive rock formation, 3 stones stacked like a cairn, and scratched an arrow in the dirt pointing toward it. If she died, at least the evidence would survive. But Martha didn't die. A hunting party found her at dawn on day 3, hypothermic and delirious, muttering about bobbies in the ground and bloodlines eating themselves. The hunters were local men from Asheville, 72 miles from Blue Ridge Hollow, and they'd seen plenty of mountain hermits in their time. But Martha's condition shocked them. Her malnutrition was severe, Her body showed signs of decades of physical trauma, and her feet were frostbitten black. They carried her to the nearest hospital, where a young nurse named Patricia Morrison made a decision that would change everything. She called social services instead of just treating and releasing. Martha tried to tell her story to the hospital staff, but they diagnosed her with mountain dementia and nearly committed her to a psychiatric facility, until Patricia secretly transcribed everything and sent it to a journalist friend. The doctors didn't believe her. A woman claiming there was a compound in the mountains where siblings married siblings for 60 years, where Bobbies died by the dozens, where a patriarch had built a breeding cult based on twisted theology. It sounded like paranoid delusions mixed with Appalachian folklore. Dr. Gerald Hutchins wrote in her chart, "Patient exhibits severe malnutrition-induced psychosis. Stories of incest compound and 40 dead children are clearly trauma response fabrications. Recommend psychiatric evaluation and possible commitment." But Patricia Morrison, 24 years old and fresh out of nursing school, listened differently. She'd grown up in the mountains. She knew the stories that circulated about isolated families, about hollows where outsiders weren't welcome, about bloodlines that kept to themselves. And Martha's details were too specific, too consistent to be delusions. For 3 weeks, while Martha recovered in the hospital, Patricia visited her every night after her shift. She brought a notebook and transcribed everything: names, dates, locations, descriptions. Martha spoke in a flat monotone, as if emotion had been burned out of her decades ago, and described horrors with the precision of someone who'd been forced to witness them in silence. Ruth gave birth to 7 children between 1926 and 1935. 3 survived past age 5. 1 was born with no eyes. Ezekiel buried it himself and said it was God's selection process. Thomas forced Elizabeth to marry her cousin Samuel. She was 12. "I gave her pennyroyal to end the pregnancy. That's why he exiled me." There are 47 graves behind the compound. Some are marked, most aren't. I drew a map. Patricia's journalist friend, Michael Chen, Dr. Howard Chen's nephew, recognized his uncle's 1947 report in Martha's story, and realized authorities had ignored this horror for 23 years. Michael Chen worked for the Asheville Citizen-Times and had been investigating his uncle's mysterious obsession with the Mountain family since Howard's death in 1968. Howard had kept files, maps, photographs of the compound from a distance, and copies of his 1947 report that had been dismissed. When Michael read Patricia's transcripts, everything clicked into horrifying place. This wasn't mental illness. This was a documented crime scene that had been operating for 6 decades while authorities looked the away. Michael published a carefully worded article in January 1971. Mountain family allegations raise questions about isolated communities. He couldn't be too sensational. Without proof, it was just one woman's word against the silence of the mountains. But he included enough detail to catch the attention of Dr. Sarah Whitmore, the geneticist who would eventually lead the official investigation. The article described an alleged compound in the Blue Ridge Mountains where a single extended family has allegedly practiced intermarriage for 3 generations, resulting in high infant mortality and genetic abnormalities. If true, this would represent one of the most extreme cases of inbreeding in modern American history. They called it dementia, she called it testimony. Modern parallels are chilling. J.C. Dugard's eventual rescue, 2009, came only after she was able to communicate with a parole officer. Authorities had visited the property multiple times without investigating. Elizabeth Fritzl, Austria, 2008, tried to report her captivity in the early years, but wasn't believed until physical evidence became undeniable. The Turpin family case, 2018, broke only when 17-year-old Jordan Turpin escaped and called 911, despite neighbors seeing the children and nodding concerns for years. Systemic dismissal of abuse reports, especially in isolated or eccentric families, remains a critical failure point. Dr. Judith Herman, trauma specialist and author of Trauma and Recovery, notes, victim testimony is often dismissed as unreliable, hysterical, or exaggerated, particularly when the crimes described seem beyond belief. This is by design. The more extreme the abuse, the harder it is to believe and thus the easier to ignore. By March 1971, Martha was physically recovered but legally in limbo. The state wanted to release her but had nowhere to send her. She had no ID, no birth certificate, no legal existence outside the compound. Then Patricia received a phone call. Dr. Sarah Whitmore wanted to meet Martha, and she was bringing a team from the CDC. But back in Blue Ridge Hollow, Thomas had discovered Martha's documentation was missing, and he knew exactly what that meant for everyone still trapped on the mountain. Martha Colt walked into the November forest expecting to die. Instead, she walked for 3 days straight, survived, and did the one thing Ezekiel had feared most: she talked. The cold hit like a physical assault the moment Thomas shoved her out of the compound gates. November 1970, temperatures dropping below freezing, and Martha wore only a threadbare dress and a shawl that had more holes than fabric. She was 53 but looked 75. Decades of malnutrition, forced pregnancies, and trauma had carved her face into a roadmap of suffering. But Martha had one advantage no one in the compound knew about. She'd been preparing for this moment for 15 years. The forest floor crunched beneath her bare feet, frost already forming on the pine needles. Her breath came in ragged plumes that hung in the air like ghosts. Every step was agony. Her hips had never recovered from Ruth's birth in 1922, and arthritis made her joints feel like broken glass grinding together. But she kept walking, following the trails she'd memorized from the maps she'd secretly copied from Ezekiel's old surveying documents. Martha hadn't just saved Elizabeth from pregnancy. She'd spent the previous 2 years secretly documenting everything in the compound, creating a hidden archive of evidence she'd sewn into the lining of her dress. Inside the dress's hem, folded into tiny squares no bigger than postage stamps, were 47 pieces of paper. Each contained names, dates, causes of death, descriptions of abuse, and family relationships documented with brutal honesty. Martha had been creating a testimony in miniature, using pencil stubs and paper torn from Ezekiel's journals when he slept. She'd also hidden something else: strands of hair from every living family member, wrapped in cloth and pinned inside her bodice. Martha didn't know the word DNA evidence, but she'd heard Dr. Chen talk about blood testing back in 1947, and she understood that bodies told stories words couldn't. The first night, she found shelter in a collapsed mining shack, its roof half caved but enough to block the wind. She huddled in the corner, shaking so violently her teeth clattered, and wondered if she'd made a terrible mistake. The compound was hell, but it was familiar hell. The outside world was 60 years of change compressed into one terrifying unknown. How do you explain 6 decades of incest, abuse, and genetic catastrophe to a world that doesn't believe mountain folk stories and would rather not know the truth. Day 2, Martha collapsed near a frozen creek. Her vision swam. Her lips had turned blue. She was dying and she knew it. But before consciousness left, she wedged her documentation under a distinctive rock formation, 3 stones stacked like a cairn, and scratched an arrow in the dirt pointing toward it. If she died, at least the evidence would survive. But Martha didn't die. A hunting party found her at dawn on day 3, hypothermic and delirious, muttering about bobbies in the ground and bloodlines eating themselves. The hunters were local men from Asheville, 72 miles from Blue Ridge Hollow, and they'd seen plenty of mountain hermits in their time. But Martha's condition shocked them. Her malnutrition was severe, her body showed signs of decades of physical trauma, and her feet were frostbitten black. They carried her to the nearest hospital, where a young nurse named Patricia Morrison made a decision that would change everything. She called social services instead of just treating and releasing. Martha tried to tell her story to the hospital staff, but they diagnosed her with mountain dementia and nearly committed her to a psychiatric facility, until Patricia secretly transcribed everything and sent it to a journalist friend. The doctors didn't believe her. A woman claiming there was a compound in the mountains where siblings married siblings for 60 years, where bobbies died by the dozens, where a patriarch had built a breeding cult based on twisted theology. It sounded like paranoid delusions mixed with Appalachian folklore. Dr. Gerald Hutchins wrote in her chart, "Patient exhibits severe malnutrition-induced psychosis. Stories of incest compound and 40 dead children are clearly trauma response fabrications. Recommend psychiatric evaluation and possible commitment." But Patricia Morrison, 24 years old and fresh out of nursing school, listened differently. She'd grown up in the mountains. She knew the stories that circulated about isolated families, about hollows where outsiders weren't welcome, about bloodlines that kept to themselves. And Martha's details were too specific, too consistent to be delusions. For 3 weeks, while Martha recovered in the hospital, Patricia visited her every night after her shift. She brought a notebook and transcribed everything: names, dates, locations, descriptions. Martha spoke in a flat monotone, as if emotion had been burned out of her decades ago, and described horrors with the precision of someone who'd been forced to witness them in silence. Ruth gave birth to 7 children between 1926 and 1935. 3 survived past age 5. 1 was born with no eyes. Ezekiel buried it himself and said it was God's selection process. Thomas forced Elizabeth to marry her cousin Samuel. She was 12. I gave her pennyroyal to end the pregnancy. That's why he exiled me. There are 47 graves behind the compound. Some are marked, most aren't. I drew a map. Patricia's journalist friend, Michael Chen, Dr. Howard Chen's nephew, recognized his uncle's 1947 report in Martha's story, and realized authorities had ignored this horror for 23 years. Michael Chen worked for the Asheville Citizen-Times and had been investigating his uncle's mysterious obsession with the Mountain family since Howard's death in 1968. Howard had kept files, maps, photographs of the compound from a distance, and copies of his 1947 report that had been dismissed. When Michael read Patricia's transcripts, everything clicked into horrifying place. This wasn't mental illness. This was a documented crime scene that had been operating for 6 decades while authorities looked the away. Michael published a carefully worded article in January 1971, Mountain family allegations raise questions about isolated communities. He couldn't be too sensational. Without proof, it was just one woman's word against the silence of the mountains. But he included enough detail to catch the attention of Dr. Sarah Whitmore, the geneticist who would eventually lead the official investigation. The article described an alleged compound in the Blue Ridge Mountains where a single extended family has allegedly practiced intermarriage for 3 generations, resulting in high infant mortality and genetic abnormalities. If true, this would represent one of the most extreme cases of inbreeding in modern American history. 3 days in the forest, 60 years of secrets. Modern parallels are chilling. J.C. Dugard's eventual rescue, 2009, came only after she was able to communicate with a parole officer. Authorities had visited the property multiple times without investigating. Elizabeth Fritzl, Austria, 2008, tried to report her captivity in the early years, but wasn't believed until physical evidence became undeniable. The Turpin family case, 2018, broke only when 17-year-old Jordan Turpin escaped and called 911, despite neighbors seeing the children and nodding concerns for years. Systemic dismissal of abuse reports, especially in isolated or eccentric families, remains a critical failure point. Dr. Judith Herman, trauma specialist and author of Trauma and Recovery, notes, victim testimony is often dismissed as unreliable, hysterical, or exaggerated, particularly when the crimes described seem beyond belief. This is by design. The more extreme the abuse, the harder it is to believe and thus the easier to ignore. By March 1971, Martha was physically recovered but legally in limbo. The state wanted to release her but had nowhere to send her. She had no ID, no birth certificate, no legal existence outside the compound. Then Patricia received a phone call. Dr. Sarah Whitmore wanted to meet Martha, and she was bringing a team from the CDC. But back in Blue Ridge Hollow, Thomas had discovered Martha's documentation was missing, and he knew exactly what that meant for everyone still trapped on the mountain. Elizabeth had 72 hours between discovering the cyanide and the arrival of the rescue team, and her plan required freeing a half-dead man from the cellar, stealing poison from under Thomas's pillow, and convincing terrified children that strangers meant salvation, not damnation. January 1972. The mountains were locked in ice, the trees encased in frozen shells that cracked and fell like glass in the wind. The compound had become a tomb where the living waited to become the dead. Thomas had gathered everyone 3 days prior and shown them the small brown bottles he'd hidden in the root cellar, the same cellar where Jacob lay chained and dying. "When they come," Thomas had declared, his breath reeking of liquor and decay, "we ascend together, pure, uncorrupted, just like Jonestown will do." He'd been picking up radio broadcasts about Jim Jones's People's Temple, absorbing the rhetoric about revolutionary suicide and enemies of the faith. Elizabeth had watched him scribble notes during the broadcasts, his handwriting growing more erratic, his conviction hardening into something diamond-sharp and just as cold. The poison was cyanide, purchased years ago when Ezekiel still made trips down the mountain for supplies. Thomas kept the bottles with him at all times now, sleeping with them under his pillow, checking them compulsively like a dragon guarding treasure. Elizabeth realized Thomas's plan had a fatal flaw. He needed everyone to drink simultaneously, which meant he'd have to distribute the bottles first, giving her a 3-minute window to stop him. She'd been studying his ascension rehearsals for weeks. Thomas would line everyone up, oldest to youngest, and practiced distributing cups. He was methodical, his father's son, even in planning mass murder. The actual poison would be mixed with honey water to mask the taste, and everyone would drink on his count. But Elizabeth had counted the bottles. 8. And there were 11 people in the compound. Thomas hadn't accounted for the children being too young to understand instructions. They'd need help drinking, which meant delay, which meant opportunity. Elizabeth's plan was desperate, but desperation had become her natural state. She'd need help from 3 people. Jacob, if he was strong enough. Michael, the only other person who knew about the radio, and Samuel, her designated husband who'd been secretly listening to Jacob's forbidden ideas. The forest that January seemed to hold its breath. No birds sang. No animals moved. Even the wind felt muffled, as if the mountain itself knew what was coming and couldn't bear to witness it. How do you convince a compound full of abuse victims that the approaching rescue team isn't the enemy, when everyone they've ever trusted has trained them to believe exactly that? Elizabeth couldn't speak clearly enough to give speeches, but she could write, and she could demonstrate. Over 3 nights, she scratched messages in the dirt behind the woodshed where the younger children played. People coming equals good, Thomas equals sick, poison equals death, Leaving equals life. The 7-year-old twins, Michael and Sarah, named after her grandmother, were the first to understand. They'd been born after Ezekiel's death and had slightly more capacity for independent thought than the older children. Elizabeth showed them the radio, let them hear the crackling voices from the outside world, and watched their eyes widen with something like hope. But the teenagers, Samuel 19, Rebecca 17, and Matthew 16, were harder. They'd been indoctrinated longer, beaten into compliance, married to each other in arrangements that made their family tree look like a tangled knot. Samuel was technically Elizabeth's fiancé, but he'd also watched her grow up as his cousin's sister, creating cognitive dissonance that left him perpetually confused. Jacob, freed by Elizabeth on the night of March 14th, was too weak to walk but strong enough to talk, and his testimony to Samuel about 30 years of lies finally broke through the boy's conditioning. Elizabeth had stolen Thomas's keys during one of his blackout drunk periods, the 3-hour window between 2 and 5 a.m. when he became unconscious rather than just asleep. The cellar lock clicked open so quietly she barely heard it. The smell that hit her was overwhelming. Human waste, rotting flesh. The copper tang of blood. Jacob looked like a corpse that hadn't realized it was dead yet. His weight had dropped to perhaps 90 pounds. His beard was matted with filth. His leg wound from Thomas's gunshot had festered and healed and festered again, leaving him with a stump where his ankle should be. But his eyes burned with the kind of fury that survives when everything else has died. "Tell me you're here to kill him," Jacob whispered, his voice like gravel scraping metal. "Tell me you're finally ready to end this." Elizabeth shook her head. She scratched in the dirt. "Rescue coming. Thomas has poison. Help me stop him." Jacob laughed, a sound like breaking glass. Then he cried. Then he grabbed Elizabeth's hand with shocking strength and said, "Get me to Samuel. I'll make him understand. Then get me to the radio. I'll tell them to hurry." They moved Jacob at 3 a.m., carrying him between them, Elizabeth and Michael, a journey of 50 yards that took 20 minutes. Samuel was waiting at the radio shack, his face a mask of confusion and terror. When he saw Jacob's condition, something cracked inside him. Jacob told him everything. Not the sanitized version Thomas had fed them, but the truth. Ruth's screaming births, The Bobbies buried alive because they wouldn't stop crying. Ezekiel's journals admitting the experiment was failing. Thomas's escalating violence. Martha's desperate sacrifice. Your whole life is a lie built on graves, Jacob said, his voice gaining strength from sheer rage. And Thomas wants to add yours to the pile. They're coming to save us, boy, not destroy us, save us. Samuel wept like a child, which he essentially still was despite his 19 years. Then he made a decision that would save lives. I'm supposed to guard Thomas's room tonight. I'll swap the poison bottles with the corn liquor reserves. He won't check. He's too drunk. The plan worked. But Thomas discovered the swap on March 17th, 2 hours before the rescue team arrived, and barricaded himself in the main cabin with 3 children as hostages, actual cyanide in hand. The morning of March 17th, 1972, broke cold and clear. Elizabeth heard the vehicles before she saw them, the grinding of engines struggling up the mountain roads, a sound so alien that every person in the compound froze. Thomas heard them too. He ran to his poison cache, opened a bottle, and tasted it. His face contorted in rage. It was liquor, not cyanide. He screamed something incoherent, grabbed the real bottles which he'd kept separately, not trusting even himself, and seized the nearest children. Michael, Sarah, and 4-year-old Ruth, named after her grandmother. Anyone who comes in here dies with us. He bellowed, his rifle pointed at the door. The cyanide bottles lined up on the table, 3 terrified children crying behind him. The rescue team, 4 county deputies, 2 social workers, and Dr. Sarah Whitmore, found a compound in chaos. Jacob lay on the porch, barely alive, screaming, "He's GOTHOSTAGES. He's GOT poison. Breach now." Elizabeth stood in the middle of it all, her crossed eyes seeing everything at once. The armed deputies, the trapped children, Thomas visible through the window with his finger on the trigger, and the small brown bottles that meant death. Rescue came. He took hostages instead. The Good Guys Incident, 1991, Sacramento, where cult members held 41 people hostage for 8 hours. The Ruby Ridge Standoff, 1992, where family members became human shields. The Waco Siege, 1993, where children were deliberately placed in harm's way to complicate rescue. FBI hostage negotiation protocols emphasize that family-based hostage situations are the most unpredictable because normal cost-benefit analysis doesn't apply. Perpetrators see death as preferable to separation from victims. Dr. Park Dietz, forensic psychiatrist who consulted on Waco, noted, "When the captor and captive share delusion systems, especially religious ones, the captive often defends their captor. Rescue becomes the threat, not the captivity." The Stockholm Syndrome element meant some children might resist rescue. The threat of mass suicide meant any tactical error could result in multiple deaths. And Thomas's deteriorated mental state meant negotiation might be impossible. Deputy Marshal James Crawford tried to establish communication. Thomas fired a warning shot through the window. Dr. Whitmore tried approaching unarmed. Thomas poured cyanide into 3 cups and forced the children to hold them. The standoff had begun, and Elizabeth realized that after all her planning, the only person who could reach Thomas was the one person he'd kept chained like an animal. Jacob, his brother, who had 30 years of rage to weaponize. But Jacob's final gambit would require him to do the one thing he'd sworn never to do again: enter that cabin and face the brother who destroyed his life. Jacob Colt dragged himself into that cabin with one leg, 30 years of torture, and a voice that still remembered how to sound like their father, the only voice Thomas ever obeyed. The standoff had reached hour 3. The temperature was dropping. Inside the main cabin, 3 children held cups of cyanide with trembling hands while Thomas paced like a caged animal, his rifle swinging between the door and the windows. Outside, law enforcement had established a perimeter, but no one dared breach. One wrong move and those children would be forced to drink. Deputy Marshal Crawford had tried negotiation. Dr. Whitmore had offered medical assistance. Even Elizabeth had attempted to approach, scratching messages in the dirt where Thomas could see through the window. Nothing worked. Thomas had retreated so far into his delusion that reality couldn't reach him anymore. Then Jacob spoke, his voice cutting through the chaos like a knife through silk. "Thomas Ezekiel Colt, your father commands you to open this door." Jacob had spent 2 years in the cellar practicing Ezekiel's voice, his cadence, his sermon patterns, knowing that someday he might need to become the ghost that haunted Thomas's mind. The compound went silent. Even the wind seemed to stop. Thomas's face appeared at the window, pale and confused. Jacob sat on the porch steps, barely able to hold himself upright, but his voice carried the weight of decades, the timbre of their father's religious fury, the exact inflection Ezekiel had used when delivering judgment. "You have strayed from the path, my son. You have taken what is mine. These children, this legacy, this bloodline, I am displeased." Thomas's rifle lowered slightly. His hands shook. "Father," his voice cracked like a teenage boy's, not a 52-year-old man's. Jacob continued, channeling every sermon he'd been forced to endure, every biblical passage Ezekiel had twisted into justification. "The Lord does not require their deaths. The Lord requires their purity, and purity comes not through poison but through preservation. These outsiders, they are not demons. They are vessels, vessels to carry our story, our truth, our sacrifice into the world." It was manipulation, pure and calculated. Jacob was using decades of religious indoctrination as a weapon, turning Thomas's greatest vulnerability, his desperate need for paternal approval, into an entry point. Can you rescue someone by pretending to be the monster who created them? Or does using evil's tools make you complicit in the evil itself? Dr. Whitmore watched from behind the vehicles, horrified and fascinated. She understood what Jacob was doing, becoming the abuser to disarm the abuser, but the ethical implications made her sick. Deputy Crawford reached for his radio, ready to call for tactical intervention, but Elizabeth grabbed his arm and shook her head violently. "Let him try," her eyes pleaded. Thomas opened the door 6 inches. His face was streaked with tears and confusion. "Father, you died and left me too. I've tried to maintain the purity. I've tried to follow your teachings, but they come with corruption. They want to take us, pollute us, destroy everything you built." Jacob's voice remained steady, though inside he was screaming. "I know, my son, I know, but tell me, what good is purity if no one survives to embody it? What good is the bloodline if it ends today? These children must live. They must grow. They must continue the work, but not through poison, through testimony." The word testimony hung in the air like a bomb. Thomas's eyes narrowed. "You're not father. Father would never use that word. Father would never." Jacob dropped the voice and revealed himself. "You're right. I'm not father. I'm your brother, the one you chained, the one you starved, the one who's going to watch you hang for what you've done to these children." The mask shattered. Jacob's face contorted with 3 decades of suppressed rage, his voice raw and human again. You want to kill them because you know what's coming. You know they'll testify against you. You know the world will see what you are, not a guardian of purity, but a rapist, a murderer, a monster who hid behind our father's Bible because you had nothing of your own. Thomas raised his rifle, aimed at Jacob's head. The deputies tensed, fingers on triggers. Elizabeth screamed, a garbled, agonized sound that barely formed words. But 7-year-old Michael, still holding his cup of poison, spoke in a small, clear voice. "Uncle Thomas, I don't want to drink this. Please don't make me drink this." The child's honesty cut through everything else. Thomas looked at the boy, truly looked at him, and saw not a sacrifice or a statement, but a terrified 7-year-old who wanted to live. His rifle wavered. Samuel, who'd been hiding in the cabin's back room, tackled Thomas from behind, proving that the conditioning could break, that victims could become heroes, that the cycle could end. The crash was explosive. Thomas's rifle discharged into the ceiling. The cyanide cups flew from the children's hands, shattering on the floor, the poison spreading in pools that everyone scrambled away from. Samuel, 19 years old and finding courage he didn't know he possessed, held his uncle down while screaming, "Run! Kids, run!" The three children bolted through the door into the arms of social workers. Deputies rushed in, subduing Thomas, who was screaming Bible verses and apocalyptic prophecies. Jacob collapsed on the porch steps, his body finally giving out now that his mission was complete. Elizabeth ran to her uncle, cradling his head in her lap, her tears falling on his ravaged face. Jacob looked up at her with his good eye, the other had gone milky white during his captivity, and whispered, "You did it, girl. You got them out. Ruth would be so proud." The compound that had been sealed for 62 years was finally breached. What law enforcement found inside would become one of the most documented cases of generational abuse in American history. Became the monster to stop the monster. Elizabeth Smart's father negotiated her release by understanding her captor's religious delusions. The Turpin case resolution involved older siblings protecting younger ones at great personal risk. J.C. Dugard's daughters, born in captivity, eventually understood their situation was wrong and contributed to their rescue. Dr. Bessel van der Kolk, trauma expert and author of The Body Keeps the Score, notes, "Abuse survivors who become protectors often use the language and tools of their abusers, not because they've become abusers themselves, but because they understand the system from the inside. It's psychological guerrilla warfare." The Lima syndrome, where captors develop sympathy for hostages, appeared in Samuel's case. Research by Dr. D. L. R. Graham shows that 15–20% of hostage situations involve captors releasing hostages voluntarily when confronted with their humanity. Stockholm Syndrome can break when victims witness other victims being harmed, especially children. The protective instinct can override years of conditioning, exactly what happened with Samuel when he saw Michael's terror. Thomas was carried out in restraints, still screaming about purity and corruption, his mind so fractured it would never fully reconstruct. Jacob was airlifted to Asheville Memorial Hospital with a 30% chance of survival. The 11 survivors were transported to a specialized facility where Dr. Whitmore's team would spend months documenting the damage and beginning the impossible process of healing. But as the last vehicle descended the mountain, Elizabeth looked back at Blue Ridge Hollow, at the cabins that held 62 years of secrets, at the graves scattered throughout the forest, at the trees that had witnessed everything. And she made a silent promise to the 47 children who never got to leave. But the compound wasn't finished with its secrets, because in Thomas's belongings, investigators would find a map showing two more locations, and evidence that the Colt family wasn't the only isolated clan hiding in these mountains. When forensic teams entered Blue Ridge Hollow, they expected to find evidence of abuse. What they discovered was a 62-year archaeological record of genetic collapse, including 47 graves, 3 hidden journals, and DNA that would rewrite understanding of human inbreeding limits. The compound in daylight looked different than it had during the standoff. Spring was attempting to break through, dogwoods budding white, the creek running clear for the first time in memory. But the beauty was superficial, a thin veneer over something rotten. Lead investigator Detective Margaret Holloway would later describe it as walking into a place where time and morality had both stopped functioning. The forensic team consisted of 12 specialists: law enforcement, geneticists, anthropologists, psychologists, and medical examiners. Dr. Sarah Whitmore led the genetic investigation. Dr. Marcus Chen, no relation to Michael or Howard, headed the psychological assessment team, and Detective Holloway coordinated the criminal investigation that would eventually charge Thomas with 43 counts ranging from rape to child abuse to unlawful imprisonment. The smell hit them first. Even with the inhabitants gone, the compound reeked of decades of accumulated filth, mildew, and something else that defied easy description. The smell of generational suffering, one investigator wrote in his notes, though he crossed it out as too poetic for an official report. The graves weren't just scattered randomly. They were organized in concentric circles radiating from the original cabin, creating a spiral pattern that suggested Ezekiel had been following some geometric principle he believed represented divine order. Forensic anthropologist Dr. Lisa Martinez mapped the burial sites using ground-penetrating radar. The pattern emerged over 3 days. 47 graves arranged in a logarithmic spiral, each positioned according to the child's birth order and genetic purity rating from Ezekiel's journals. The oldest graves, from the 1920s, were closest to the cabin, simple wooden markers, many rotted beyond recognition. The middle rings from the 1930s 1950s showed increasing density, so many dead children that space became a commodity. The outer rings from the 1960s 1972 contained the most recent deaths, their markers fresher, some still showing traces of wildflowers Martha had planted. Each grave told a story of genetic failure, stillbirths, deaths within hours, children who lasted days or weeks before their malformed bodies gave out. Dr. Martinez's team exhumed 23 bodies for autopsy, the most recent and best preserved. The findings were devastating. Neural tube defects in 43% of remains. Cranial abnormalities in 67%. Skeletal malformations in 81%. Evidence of multiple organ failures in virtually all examined cases. One infant, buried in 1968, had complete situs inversus, all organs mirrored from their normal positions, combined with a severe heart defect. Another, from 1955, showed signs of harlequin ichthyosis, a genetic skin disorder so rare it affects 1 in 500,000 births normally. In the Colt family, it had appeared twice. At what point does documentation of atrocity become participation in it? When do researchers stop being observers and start being witnesses to crimes against humanity? Dr. Whitmore struggled with this daily. Her team was collecting unprecedented genetic data, the most detailed record of human inbreeding depression ever documented. From a scientific standpoint, it was invaluable. From a human standpoint, every data point represented a child who'd suffered and died. The journals were found in multiple locations. Ezekiel's official breeding records, 1910-1967, were buried in waterproof containers around the compound, creating redundant backups in case of external destruction. Martha's death ledger was recovered from beneath the garden. Ruth's fragmentary diary was found in a hollowed-out beam in the main cabin. And most chillingly, Thomas had been keeping his own journal, hidden in the root cellar where Jacob had been imprisoned. Thomas's journal revealed the psychological progression of a second-generation victim, becoming a perpetrator. 1965. Father says I will lead when he passes. I am not worthy. The bloodline is failing. I see it in the children's eyes. They know something is wrong, but father says doubt is sin. 1967. Father is dead. The burden falls to me. Jacob questions everything. He plants seeds of corruption. I must be stronger than father. I must prove the doctrine true even as the bodies prove it false. 1970. Martha has betrayed us. She will tell them lies. The children look at me with fear, not respect. I am not my father. I will never be my father. But I will finish his work even if it means we all ascend together. It was a chronicle of a man crushed between inherited ideology and observable reality, choosing ideology every time. Hidden beneath the root cellar's false floor, investigators found a locked metal box containing photographs, including images of Dr. Howard Chen's 1947 visit, proving the family had documented their own abuse and hidden evidence for 25 years. The photographs were crude, taken with an old Brownie camera Ezekiel had possessed. They showed Dr. Chen examining a child with severe deformities. They showed the doctor's face, shocked, horrified, taking notes. They showed him leaving while family members watched from windows. Ezekiel had documented the moment someone tried to help them, then buried the evidence of that moment as proof that outsiders had been repelled by God's will. There were other photographs, wedding ceremonies where the brides were clearly children, some barely teenagers. Children with visible deformities posed like carnival curiosities. And most disturbing, pictures of the Ascension rehearsals Thomas had conducted, showing family members lined up with cups, practicing the mass suicide that nearly occurred. Detective Holloway's report noted, these photographs suggest a level of self-awareness about the criminal nature of their activities. This wasn't ignorance. This was deliberate concealment of known wrongdoing. The DNA evidence collected would revolutionize genetic research. Dr. Whitmore's team gathered samples from all 11 survivors and compared them against the exhumed remains, creating the most detailed inbreeding coefficient map ever produced from a real human population. The findings: generation, Ezekiel's children, COI average 0.25, equivalent to parent-child or sibling pairings. Second generation, COI average 0.375, exceeding any previously documented human population. Third generation, COI average 0.41, approaching theoretical maximum survivability. Fourth generation, Elizabeth and the youngest children, COI average 0.44, beyond what population geneticists believed humans could survive. Elizabeth's DNA revealed something extraordinary. Random mutations had created several protective genetic variants that shouldn't exist, suggesting her body had essentially evolved defenses against the effects of extreme inbreeding. Dr. Whitmore would spend years studying this phenomenon. Elizabeth had developed heterozygosity at several critical loci through spontaneous mutation. Essentially, her damaged DNA had rolled the dice enough times that some beneficial variations emerged. It was genetic Russian roulette where she'd somehow won. This discovery would lead to breakthrough research in genetic rescue strategies for endangered species and inform modern understanding of how populations survive genetic bottlenecks. Elizabeth's DNA would be cited in over 200 scientific papers by 2025. 47 graves arranged in a spiral of death. The Romanov graves, discovered 1991, told stories of hemophilia and royal inbreeding. The Habsburg crypts in Vienna contain remains showing severe mandibular prognathism across generations. The pharaoh lineages of Egypt show genetic disorders from sibling marriages. But the Colt case was unique in its compressed timeframe and extreme isolation. Most royal inbreeding occurred over centuries. The Colts compressed similar genetic damage into just 3 generations. Dr. Joanna Mountain, Stanford geneticist, noted in her 2015 analysis, the Colt family represents the most extreme human genetic bottleneck in modern record. That any fourth-generation children survived is statistically remarkable. That one developed adaptive mutations is unprecedented. The Gulabi gang case in India, 2006, revealed similar patterns of isolation and abuse in rural communities. The Colonia Dignidad investigation in Chile, 1990s, uncovered generational abuse in religious compounds. These aren't isolated incidents. They're systematic failures to protect vulnerable populations. By June 1972, the investigation had processed thousands of pieces of evidence. But on the final day of the search, a team member discovered something in Ezekiel's desk that changed everything. A second map, showing 2 other locations in the Appalachian Mountains marked with the same symbols used for Blue Ridge Hollow, and a letter addressed to my brothers in purity, 1911. But following that map would lead investigators to an even darker truth, that Blue Ridge Hollow wasn't an isolated horror, but part of a network, and Ezekiel Colt had been corresponding with other experiments for decades. The letter found in Ezekiel's desk began with "Dear Brother Samuel," and ended with "May our bloodlines remain pure until the Lord's return." And the postmark was from 1969, 2 years before anyone knew these compounds existed. Detective Holloway stared at the map spread across her desk in the makeshift investigation headquarters. 3 locations marked with the same symbol Ezekiel had used to denote Blue Ridge Hollow, a circle with a cross inside, surrounded by smaller circles representing protected bloodlines. One in eastern Kentucky, one in western Virginia, one in northern Georgia. The distances suggested these weren't coincidental, they were coordinated. The letter itself was typed on an old manual typewriter, the keys striking unevenly, creating a document that looked like it had been composed in the 1940s rather than 3 years prior. Brother Samuel, greetings in the name of purity. Your recent correspondence regarding the weakness in your 4th generation mirrors our own struggles. We too have seen the Lord's testing through physical trials. Brother Jeremiah in Virginia reports similar corrections, as you call them. Perhaps our isolation, while spiritually sound, has created physical challenges the Lord requires us to overcome through faith rather than science. It went on for 3 pages, discussing infant mortality rates, genetic complications, and theological justifications, all in language that made genocide sound like garden planning. The letters revealed a network of at least 4 isolated compounds that had been corresponding since 1911, sharing breeding strategies, theological justifications, and warnings about external corruption, essentially a support group for multi-generational incest. Dr. Whitmore's hands shook as she read through the archive of letters, nearly 60 years of correspondence discovered in a waterproof trunk beneath Ezekiel's cabin. The letters showed a disturbing pattern. 1911-1920, enthusiastic sharing of ideology, biblical justifications, reports of successful births and marriages arranged between siblings and cousins. 1931-945, growing concern about weaknesses appearing, increased infant mortality, theological debates about whether purity requires endurance of testing. 1950-51967, desperate attempts to justify ongoing failures, sharing of methods to encourage faith despite physical trials, and increasingly paranoid discussions about keeping the doctrine alive even as bodies fail. The network had names: the Colt Hollow, Blue Ridge, North Carolina, Ezekiel's compound; the Whitmore Ridge, Eastern Kentucky, run by Samuel Whitmore; the Carver Creek, Western Virginia, led by Jeremiah Carver; the Morrison Valley, Northern Georgia, controlled by Isaiah Morrison. 4 patriarchs, 4 isolated valleys, 4 genetic disasters running in parallel. How does ideology spread between isolated communities without modern communication? And what does it mean when abuse becomes a shared doctrine rather than an individual crime? The letters showed sophisticated isolation techniques. Each patriarch had established their compound in remote mountain locations, chosen specifically for limited road access, one way in, one way out; natural barriers, ridges, rivers, dense forest; from settlements, minimum 15 miles from nearest town; difficult terrain, discouraging casual hikers or surveyors. They'd also coordinated their defensive strategies, teaching children that outsiders carried disease, that government representatives were demons, that doctors were agents of corruption. The playbook was identical across all 4 locations, suggesting either shared planning or one original source document that had been distributed. Detective Holloway organized immediate welfare checks on the 3 remaining locations. The teams deployed in July 1972, just 4 months after the Blue Ridge Hollow rescue. What they found varied in details but was identical in horror. Whitmore Ridge in Kentucky was completely abandoned, but fresh graves dated to March 1972 suggested the entire compound had conducted mass suicide the same week Thomas was arrested, possibly connected through a warning system no one had discovered. The Kentucky site was a ghost town. 12 graves, all fresh, all showing signs of cyanide poisoning based on preliminary testing. The compound structure mirrored Blue Ridge Hollow: main cabin, root cellar, spiral burial ground. But unlike Blue Ridge, there were no survivors. A note nailed to the cabin door, written in the same uneven typewriter font as the letters: "The corruption has breached Brother Ezekiel's sanctuary. The time of testing is upon us. We ascend together, pure and uncorrupted as the doctrine demands. May the Lord receive our bloodline whole." Samuel Whitmore, March 20, 1972. March 20, 3 days after Thomas's arrest, somehow they'd known. The investigation revealed a crude early warning system. Each compound had sent a monthly all-clear letter. When Ezekiel's letters stopped in 1967, nothing happened. Death was expected. But when Thomas's letters stopped abruptly in March 1972, and news reports about mountain cult rescue started appearing in regional papers, Samuel Whitmore had made his decision. Forensic evidence suggested the deaths were quick. Adults first, then children, all gathered in the main cabin. The cyanide had been distributed in sweetened tea. Unlike Thomas's attempted murder-suicide, this one had succeeded. Dr. Marcus Chen, leading the psychological investigation, noted, "This suggests a higher level of control than we saw at Blue Ridge. Samuel's compound was more unified in their delusion, or more terrified of the alternative. Either way, 12 people died believing rescue was damnation." Carver Creek in Virginia was still active, but when authorities arrived, they found something worse than Blue Ridge. A fifth generation had just been born, and the genetic damage was so severe that 3 infants were in critical condition. The Virginia compound was the largest, with 17 inhabitants across 5 generations. Jeremiah Carver, now 81, was still alive but barely conscious, his body ravaged by what appeared to be advanced dementia. His son, Caleb, 53, had taken over operations and proved even more resistant than Thomas. The standoff lasted 6 hours. Caleb barricaded himself with 2 teenage wives, both his daughters, and 3 newborns, fifth-generation infants whose genetic damage was visible even from a distance. One infant had cyclopia, a single central eye, surviving only through medical impossibility. Another had severe hydrocephalus, her skull grotesquely enlarged. The third appeared more normal, but medical examination would later reveal complete kidney failure at just 2 weeks old. Negotiators used lessons learned from Blue Ridge. They didn't send in armed deputies immediately. They brought Dr. Whitmore, who spoke to Caleb about preserving the children's lives, about documentation rather than destruction. She promised him his story would be told, his doctrine recorded, his father's legacy preserved, if he surrendered peacefully. It worked, but barely. Caleb released the hostages but set fire to the compound's records before his arrest. Only partial documentation survived, enough to show the same patterns: arranged marriages, extreme inbreeding, catastrophic infant mortality. The 3 newborns were rushed to UVA Medical Center. The cyclopia infant died within hours. The condition is universally fatal. The hydrocephalus infant survived with emergency surgery but would face severe disabilities. The third infant lived 3 months before kidney failure proved untreatable. Morrison Valley in Georgia appeared empty, until investigators found a sophisticated underground bunker system where the family had been hiding for 6 weeks, living on stored supplies and waiting for authorities to leave. The Georgia compound had prepared the best. Isaiah Morrison, 77, had seen the pattern in the letters and begun construction on bunkers in 1970, convinced that the end times were approaching. When news of Blue Ridge reached him, he'd moved his family underground. The bunker system was extensive: 3 connected chambers, ventilation shafts, food storage for 6 months, and even a primitive sanitation system. 14 people had been living in complete darkness for 6 weeks when investigators finally detected heat signatures using thermal imaging. The extraction was psychological warfare. Authorities cut the ventilation, pumped in light and sound, announced daily that the children were being harmed by the conditions. After 9 days, Isaiah's daughter-in-law Rebecca, 38, snapped and brought out 5 children, begging for medical attention. The remaining adults held out for another 3 days before surrendering. Unlike the other compounds, Morrison Valley showed less obvious genetic damage. They'd been slightly less strict about preventing outside contact, occasionally accepting wives from distant relatives rather than immediate family. Their COI numbers were lower, averaging 0.15025 rather than zero point 0.4 plus. But the psychological damage was identical. Children who'd never seen sunlight, who believed the world above was hell, who fought against rescuers thinking they were demons. 4 compounds, 1 doctrine, coordinated for 60 years. The parallels to modern networks are chilling. The fundamentalist LDS operated multiple compounds across Utah, Arizona, and Texas, sharing ideology and even reassigning wives between locations. The Children of God cult, later the Family International, operated internationally, moving members between compounds to avoid investigation. The NXIVM case, exposed 2017, showed how abusive networks could coordinate across distances using coded language and legitimate-seeming businesses. QAnon's spread demonstrated how ideology could create isolated communities even in the internet age. Dr. Janya Lalick, cult expert, explains, networks are more dangerous than individual cults because they provide validation. Isolation breeds doubt. But when multiple isolated groups confirm each other's delusions, it creates a closed system of truth that's nearly impossible to penetrate from outside. The Colonia Dignidad Network in Chile, 1961-1991, operated multiple compounds and shared resources and victims. The exclusive brethren maintain coordinated communities globally, enforcing identical rules across continents. By December 1972, authorities had documented 4 compounds, rescued 31 survivors, recovered 73 bodies, and arrested 6 perpetrators. But in Morrison's bunker, investigators found one final document, a master list of correspondence addresses, 1911, showing not 4 compounds, but 9 initial locations, and the 5 unaccounted for sites had unfamiliar names in states spanning from Maine to Oregon. But what haunted Dr. Whitmore wasn't the compounds they'd found. It was the realization that the network might have been much larger, and some branches might have gone even deeper underground, learning from the others' exposure. Elizabeth Colt spoke her first fully intelligible sentence at age 17, 3 years after her rescue, and the words she chose were, "I remember everything, and I will tell it all." The specialized rehabilitation facility outside Asheville, North Carolina, didn't look like a hospital. It looked like a summer camp, cabins surrounded by trees, a lake for fishing, open spaces designed to feel nothing like the claustrophobic compounds the survivors had escaped. But the cheerful exterior couldn't hide the reality. 31 human beings were trying to learn how to be human after generations of being treated as genetic experiments. Dr. Marcus Chen led the psychological rehabilitation team, working alongside speech therapists, physical therapists, geneticists, and trauma specialists. His first report, filed in April 1972, was brutally honest. "We are attempting to rehabilitate individuals who have no baseline for normal. They don't know what families should look like, what relationships should feel like, what freedom means. We're not healing trauma, we're building humanity from scratch." Elizabeth was both the team's greatest success and their most haunting case. Her crossed eyes had been surgically corrected, a relatively simple procedure that transformed her appearance. Her cleft palate required multiple reconstructive surgeries over 2 years, gradually giving her the ability to speak clearly. But her mind had never needed fixing. It had been silently recording everything, waiting for the moment she could finally testify. Elizabeth's photographic memory made her the prosecution's star witness, but testifying meant publicly describing her own rape, forced pregnancy, and being designated as breeding stock by her father, all while facing him in court. The trials began in 1973 and would continue through 1976. Thomas Colt faced 43 criminal counts. Caleb Carver, Virginia, faced 37. Isaiah Morrison, Georgia, faced 29. The prosecutors needed survivor testimony, and Elizabeth was the only one capable of providing detailed, chronological, verifiable accounts. Her first day on the witness stand, November 1973, became legendary in legal circles. The courtroom was packed. Journalists, researchers, legal observers, and family members of the survivors. Thomas sat at the defense table, gaunt and hollow-eyed, occasionally muttering Bible verses. When Elizabeth walked in, now 16, he looked directly at her and smiled, that same twisted smile he'd used when preparing her for marriage. Elizabeth didn't flinch. She sat in the witness chair, placed her hands flat on the wooden rail, and when asked to state her name, she spoke in her new, carefully reconstructed voice. "My name is Elizabeth Sarah Colt. I am the daughter of Thomas Colt and Ruth Colt, who were half-siblings. I am the granddaughter of Ezekiel Colt and Martha Colt, who were father and daughter-in-law. I am the product of 62 years of systematic incest, and I am here to tell you everything. How much humanity can survive when childhood consists of watching Bobbies die, burying siblings, and knowing your body exists only to produce the next generation of genetic failures?" Elizabeth's testimony lasted 6 days. She described in clinical detail the breeding charts Ezekiel had created, showing which siblings should marry which. The preparation rituals Thomas had conducted when she turned 12, framing sexual abuse as education for marriage. The forced pregnancy at 12, and Martha's desperate intervention with pennyroyal tea. The infant deaths she'd witnessed, providing exact dates, causes of death, and burial locations that investigators verified against their excavations. The purity drills Thomas had conducted, preparing the family for siege or mass suicide. The radio transmissions she and Michael had sent, risking death to call for help. She spoke without emotion, not because she felt nothing, but because emotion would have broken her. The courtroom was silent except for her voice, the court reporters typing, and the occasional sound of someone crying in the gallery. The defense attorney tried to break her, suggesting her memories were fabricated, that her disabilities made her an unreliable witness, that she'd been coached by prosecutors. Elizabeth responded by reciting, verbatim, passages from Ezekiel's journals that hadn't been entered as evidence yet, proving her photographic memory was both real and weaponized. When asked how she could remember such specific details, Elizabeth looked directly at the jury and said, "When you're trapped and silent, memory is the only thing that's yours. I've been building my testimony since I was 5 years old, waiting for someone to finally listen." During cross-examination, Thomas's attorney revealed that Elizabeth had been pregnant a second time, at age 14, with Samuel's child, and the pregnancy had ended in miscarriage, which the defense claimed proved she was willing participant in the compound's practices. The courtroom erupted. The judge called for order. Elizabeth sat perfectly still, her surgically corrected eyes fixed on the defense attorney, and waited for the noise to die down. Then she spoke, her voice cutting through the chaos. "I was 14. Samuel was 19 and had the mind of a 12-year-old. My father arranged the marriage. My grandfather's doctrine demanded it. I had no choice, no escape, no voice. A miscarriage isn't proof of consent, it's proof that even my body was trying to escape. The defense rested shortly after. No jury could hear that testimony and acquit. But Elizabeth's recovery was about more than courtroom victories. The rehabilitation facility became a laboratory for understanding extreme isolation trauma, generational abuse patterns, and genetic counseling for inbreeding survivors. Dr. Sarah Whitmore's team documented everything: physical rehabilitation, correcting cleft palates, treating skeletal deformities, addressing the chronic health issues that came from generations of poor nutrition and lack of medical care. Speech therapy, teaching survivors whose speech impediments ranged from Elizabeth's cleft palate issues to complete mutism in several younger children. Educational remediation, teaching reading, writing, math, history, science, everything that had been replaced with Bible verses and breeding charts. Social skills training, how to make eye contact appropriately, how to interpret social cues, how to form relationships that weren't based on power and control. Trauma therapy, processing 62 years of accumulated horror, one session at a time. Elizabeth threw herself into learning with the same intensity she'd brought to silent observation. By 1975, she'd earned her GED. By 1977, she'd started college courses. By 1980, she'd become a genetic counselor herself, using her own DNA as a case study, helping other survivors of isolated communities understand their risks. 5 of the younger survivors, including Elizabeth's cousin brother Samuel, never fully adjusted. They attempted to recreate the compound structure in the facility, forming a purity group that required intervention and separation. Not everyone escaped mentally. Samuel, who tackled Thomas during the hostage crisis, regressed within a year. The freedom was too overwhelming. The choices were too many. He began gathering younger survivors, teaching them Ezekiel's prayers, arranging marriages between children in the facility. Staff discovered the Purity Group in 1974 when 9-year-old Michael was found crying, saying Samuel had told him he needed to prepare for marriage, to his 7-year-old sister Sarah. The group was immediately separated, with Samuel and 2 other teenagers moved to a secure psychiatric facility. This was the darkest truth of rehabilitation. Sometimes the victims had become so identified with their captors that they became perpetuators themselves. Dr. Chen wrote in his assessment, "We cannot save everyone. Some survivors are so damaged that their neural pathways have been permanently altered." Samuel genuinely believes the doctrine. To him, we're not rescuers, we're corruptors, and he'll spend the rest of his life trying to restore what he sees as divine order. But even my body was trying to escape. Modern survivor stories echo Elizabeth's journey. J.C. Dugard wrote a memoir, A Stolen Life, describing similar struggles with testimony and recovery. Elizabeth Smart became an advocate for survivors, using her kidnapping to illuminate broader issues of captivity and abuse. The Turpin siblings, rescued 2018, showed varying recovery trajectories. Some thrived in freedom, others struggled with the overwhelming nature of choice and independence. Amanda Berry and Gina DeJesus, Cleveland kidnapping survivors, co-authored a book detailing their recovery process. Dr. Judith Herman's landmark work, Trauma and Recovery, describes 3 stages of healing from complex PTSD. 1. Safety, establishing physical and psychological security. 2. Remembrance and mourning, processing traumatic memories. 3. Reconnection, building new relationships and meaning. Elizabeth's journey followed this pattern precisely. Her testimony was the remembrance stage, her education was reconnection, and her career as a genetic counselor was meaning-making from horror. Bessel van der Kolk's research shows that trauma survivors who become advocates or helpers often recover more successfully than those who remain focused solely on their own healing. Elizabeth embodied this. Her victimization became her expertise. Her silence became her voice. By 1980, the trials were complete. Thomas received life without parole. Caleb died in prison from a heart attack in 1978. Isaiah accepted a plea deal and received 40 years. The surviving victims scattered. Some changed their names and disappeared. Others, like Elizabeth, became public voices. But in December 1980, Elizabeth received an anonymous letter with no return address, postmarked from Montana. You testified against the flesh. Now the bloodline will testify against you. The network remembers. The doctrine survives. But the letter wasn't just a threat. It was a clue, because the handwriting matched correspondence found in Morrison's bunker, and Montana was one of the 5 original compound locations that had never been found. The letter to Elizabeth triggered a 4-year federal investigation that would uncover not a compound, but something worse, a network that had learned from the others' mistakes and gone completely invisible. January 1981. FBI Special Agent Diana Reeves sat across from Elizabeth in a secure conference room in Asheville, the anonymous letter sealed in an evidence bag between them. The handwriting analysis had come back conclusive. It matched letters found in Isaiah Morrison's bunker, written by someone identified only as Brother Elijah, Montana Territory, 1911. Reeves was part of a new FBI task force created specifically to investigate isolated cult compounds in the wake of Jonestown, 1978, and the cult network exposure. The letter wasn't just a threat. It was evidence that at least one original compound from the 1911 network was still operational, still believing the doctrine, and now aware that survivors were testifying. The letter itself was chilling in its precision. Sister Elizabeth, you speak with the serpent's tongue, using the outside world's poison language to condemn what you cannot understand. You were young, your faith untested, but the bloodline does not forget. The doctrine does not die with one generation's weakness. We remain. We preserve. We continue the work in places your investigators will never find. The Lord protects those who maintain purity. You will see. The postmark was deliberately misleading. Forensic analysis showed the letter had been handled by at least 3 different people before mailing, suggesting a relay system designed to hide the true origin point. The FBI's forensic linguistics team, led by Dr. Patricia Huang, analyzed every aspect of the letter. The paper was common office stock available nationwide. The ink was standard ballpoint, untraceable. But the envelope had been through multiple post offices. Microscopic debris analysis showed pollen from Montana, the postmark, but also spores from high-altitude forests consistent with Colorado and soil particles from Utah. Someone had physically carried this letter across 3 states before mailing it, creating a false trail. Dr. Huang's report concluded, the writer demonstrates education level inconsistent with isolated compound upbringing. Vocabulary is sophisticated, sentence structure complex. This is either a second-generation escapee who maintained belief, or correspondence from a compound with substantially different educational standards than the North Carolina network. Agent Reeves assembled a team to investigate all 5 unaccounted-for compound locations from the 1911 master list. Montana, Brother Elijah. Oregon, Brother Nathaniel. Brother Josiah. Brother Micah. Utah, Brother Caleb. The search would consume 4 years, $3.2 million in federal funds, and uncover a truth more disturbing than anyone anticipated. The compounds had evolved. What happens when an isolated cult learns about other compounds' exposure? Do they disband, or do they adapt and hide deeper? The Montana investigation began in February 1981. The original location from the 1911 list was a valley near Glacier National Park, remote but accessible by logging roads. The team found remnants of a compound, collapsed cabin foundations, a root cellar, and 17 unmarked graves dated between 1910 and 1958. But no one had lived there in decades. The compound had been abandoned systematically, structures dismantled rather than left to decay, suggesting planned evacuation rather than catastrophic failure. A local forest ranger interviewed by Agent Reeves remembered the Whitaker family, the name they'd used publicly leaving in 1959, said they were moving to Alaska, sold their mules, their tools, everything. Seemed normal enough. Mountain folk move around. But yeah, now you mention it, there were maybe 20 people living up there, but only 5 or 6 ever came to town. Rest stayed hidden. The team excavated the graves, all children, all showing signs of severe genetic abnormalities. The burial pattern matched the cult spiral exactly. The Montana compound had been real, had followed the same doctrine, and had somehow vanished 20 years before the network's exposure. A property records search revealed that in 1959, someone from the Montana compound had purchased land in rural Wyoming under a different name, and that property had been sold again in 1972, days after the Blue Ridge Hollow raid, to a buyer in northern Idaho. The paper trail was deliberately obscured but traceable. The FBI's Financial Crimes Unit, brought in as consultants, found a pattern. 1959, Montana property abandoned. Wyoming property purchased 320 acres remote ranch land by Elijah Whitaker. 1972, Wyoming property sold. Idaho property purchased 640 acres, heavily forested by E.W. Morrison, combining Whitaker and Morrison family names. 1978, Idaho property transferred to a trust called the Preservation Foundation. 1981, the Preservation Foundation owned properties in Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming totaling over 2,000 acres. Someone had been watching, learning, and creating a mobile network that could relocate when threatened. The Oregon compound location yielded similar results. Abandoned in the 1960s, graves left behind, no forwarding address. Maine showed signs of a fire in 1955 that had killed the entire compound, possibly accidental, possibly intentional. Colorado was empty, abandoned so long ago that forest had reclaimed everything. But Utah was different. The Utah location was listed as Caleb's territory in the 1911 correspondence, located in the remote canyon country near what would later become Canyonlands National Park. When the FBI team arrived in August 1982, they found an active religious community of 43 people calling themselves the Unified Brethren, living in modern manufactured homes, sending children to correspondence schools, paying taxes, and presenting as a harmless fundamentalist Christian group. But Agent Reeves noticed details that didn't fit. Adult siblings who looked remarkably similar, children with minor but consistent deformities, and a pervasive atmosphere of secrecy despite surface cooperation. The Utah community agreed to voluntary DNA testing as part of the investigation, and the results showed inbreeding coefficients averaging 0.12, suggesting they'd been outcrossing deliberately to avoid the genetic collapse that destroyed the other compounds. Dr. Whitmore, brought in as a consultant, analyzed the genetic data with growing alarm. The unified brethren had learned from the other compounds' failures. They hadn't abandoned the doctrine of bloodline preservation. They'd adapted it. Their strategy was sophisticated. Selective outcrossing, bringing in distant cousins or approved members from other fundamentalist communities every 10-15 years. Genetic monitoring, tracking birth defects and adjusting marriage arrangements to avoid high-risk pairings. Limited isolation, allowing controlled contact with outside world while maintaining ideological isolation. Public legitimacy, presenting as legal religious community to avoid suspicion. They turned systematic incest into sustainable systematic inbreeding, keeping COI high enough to maintain purity, but low enough to avoid obvious genetic disaster. The legal team faced a dilemma. The community was technically legal. Marriages were between consenting adults, though consent was questionable given childhood indoctrination. Child abuse couldn't be proven. The children were fed, clothed, educated, and showed no signs of current physical abuse. Agent Reeves pressed for investigation of historical crimes. Surely the community's founders had committed offenses similar to the cult network. But the statute of limitations had expired on most charges, and the current generation could claim ignorance of past crimes. The Unified Brethren leader, a man in his 50s who called himself Elder Eli, possibly Elijah's descendant, sat across from Reeves during questioning and smiled. "We're aware of what happened to our brothers in North Carolina and Virginia. We grieved for them, but we are not them. We follow the law, we harm no one, and we will not abandon our faith because others perverted it." It was the perfect defense, because it was partially true. Sustainable inbreeding, evil that learned evolution. The FLDS under Warren Jeffs maintained multiple compounds and relocated when threatened, with properties in Utah, Arizona, Texas, South Dakota, and British Columbia. The 12 Tribes religious group operates communities across the U.S. and internationally, moving members between locations to avoid investigation. Colonia Dignidad in Chile relocated members and changed names multiple times while maintaining abusive practices for 3 decades. The exclusive brethren operate legally in multiple countries while enforcing isolation and questionable practices within communities. Dr. Janya Lalick notes, second-generation cult leadership often learns from predecessors' mistakes. They professionalize, they create legal structures, they study what got other groups caught. This makes them far more dangerous because they're ideologically identical but operationally invisible. The Children of God renamed themselves the Family International and adopted more mainstream appearances while maintaining core abusive doctrines. Scientology's disconnection policy isolates members using social rather than physical barriers, legal, but functionally identical to compound isolation. By 1985, the FBI closed the investigation. The Utah community remained under surveillance but faced no charges. The Idaho properties belonging to the Preservation Foundation were legal but inaccessible. And then Elizabeth received a second letter, this time postmarked from Idaho. See, sister, we endure. The doctrine adapts. Your testimony changed nothing except to make us stronger. When you die, we will still be here, preserving what you tried to destroy. But the letter's sender made one mistake. A single fingerprint on the envelope seal that matched a child rescued from Morrison Valley in 1972, now an adult who'd vanished from protective custody in 1979. Rebecca Morrison was 9 when they rescued her from the Georgia bunker in 1972. At 18, she walked away from protective custody, changed her name to Ruth after Elizabeth's mother, and spent the next decade recruiting survivors back into the doctrine. The fingerprint match sent shockwaves through the investigation. Rebecca Morrison, now 27 and calling herself Ruth Whitaker, had vanished from a group home in Atlanta in 1979. The FBI had assumed she'd been abducted or had met with foul play, standard assumption for vulnerable young adults disappearing from the foster system. No one suspected she'd left voluntarily, seeking the very thing she'd been rescued from. Agent Reeves tracked Rebecca's movements through interviews, surveillance footage from the 1980s, and testimony from other survivors who'd been contacted. What emerged was a profile of someone the psychological literature barely acknowledged, a second-generation cult survivor who not only returned to the ideology but became its most effective recruiter. Rebecca's story was documented through her own writings, journals seized during a 1988 raid on a property in Wyoming. The entries painted a devastating portrait of someone caught between two worlds and choosing the only one that felt like home. Rebecca's journals revealed that rescue had been more traumatic than captivity. The overwhelming freedom, the constant choices, the lack of structure had triggered a complete psychological breakdown by age 16. An entry from 1977, when she was 14. They say I'm free now, free to choose my clothes, my food, my friends, my future. But every choice feels like falling. In the bunker, I knew my place. I knew Father's will. I knew the doctrine. There was no confusion, no fear of making wrong choices. Here, everything is wrong choices. The therapists say I have Stockholm Syndrome. But what if they have Freedom Syndrome? What if they're the ones who can't see truth? Another from 1978, age 15. Dr. Chen says I'm deconstructing my abuse narrative. But what if the abuse was rescue, not the bunker? They took me from my family. They separated me from my sisters. They put me in a world that makes no sense, where people lie, where families break, where there's no order, no purpose, no purity. At least in the bunker, God had a plan. Here, there's just chaos pretending to be freedom. When does recovery from captivity become a new form of captivity? And what happens when a victim decides their imprisonment was actually their salvation? Dr. Marcus Chen's notes on Rebecca, filed in 1978, were prophetic in hindsight. Patient shows resistance to therapeutic intervention, repeatedly expresses desire to return to doctrine, has romanticized her captivity, filtering out trauma through ideological lens, demonstrates classic symptoms of prolonged duress stress disorder, PTSD, but refuses to acknowledge captivity as harmful. High risk for return to cult environment if given opportunity. Recommend continued residential treatment and limited unsupervised contact with outside world. But the foster care system was overwhelmed. Rebecca turned 18 in June 1979. She legally aged out, and the doctrine she'd been rescued from had given her something the outside world never could: certainty. By 1980, Rebecca had made contact with the Utah community. She'd found them through fundamentalist Christian networks, recognizing the coded language in their literature: bloodline preservation, family purity, isolation as sanctification. She showed up at their compound in October 1980, emaciated from hitchhiking across 3 states, and told them, "I was lost in the world. I want to come home." Elder Eli, leader of the Unified Brethren, saw in Rebecca something invaluable: a bridge between the old doctrine and new recruitment strategies. She was young, articulate, could navigate the outside world, and was a living testimony that rescued survivors wanted to return. Rebecca wasn't just recruited back. She became the architect of a new strategy, using her foster care experience and therapeutic knowledge to identify which survivors were most vulnerable to reindoctrination. Her assignment, documented in seized correspondence, was systematic. Phase 1, 1981-982. Contact survivors through support groups, online forums, early computer bulletin boards, and addiction recovery programs. Identify those struggling with PTSD, substance abuse, or inability to adjust to mainstream life. Phase 2, 1982-1985. Build relationships. Share her own recovery story, framing return to doctrine as healing rather than regression. Use therapeutic language to make reindoctrination sound like empowerment. Reclaiming your narrative, honoring your truth, finding meaning in suffering. Phase 3, 1985-1990. Facilitate visits to the Utah community. Present it as reconnecting with heritage rather than returning to abuse. Emphasize how the community had evolved: cleaner facilities, better food, some education, controlled outside contact. Phase 4, permanent return. Once survivors were reintegrated, they were gradually isolated again. Contact with outside friends reduced, dependency on community increased, ideological reconditioning intensified. By 1985, Rebecca had successfully recruited 7 survivors back into the network, including 2 from Blue Ridge Hollow, 3 from Morrison Valley, and 2 from Carver Creek. Each became a testimonial to the outside world that maybe the rescue had been the real trauma, maybe the doctrine had been misunderstood, maybe isolation was actually protection. The recruited survivors included Michael Colt, Elizabeth's cousin brother, age 23, who'd struggled with severe PTSD and drug addiction. Sarah Morrison, age 19, who'd never adjusted to public school and had attempted suicide twice. Matthew Carver, age 28, who'd been in and out of psychiatric facilities for depression. Rebecca knew exactly which vulnerabilities to exploit because she'd lived them. Agent Reeves's investigation revealed that Rebecca had been in contact with Elizabeth specifically, sending letters between 1980-31985, trying to convince her to visit the Utah community. "Sister, you testified against flesh and blood, but you know in your heart the doctrine had truth. Not the violence, not Father Thomas's madness, but the core belief that we are special, that our bloodline carries something precious, that isolation protected us from a corrupt world. The brethren have perfected what our fathers perverted. Come see, come home." Elizabeth had reported the letters to authorities, but had also, according to her therapy notes, struggled with their content. Part of her recognized the manipulation. Part of her remembered the certainty she'd had before choice became a burden. In 1988, Rebecca arranged a family reunion for survivors in neutral territory. But it was actually a recruitment event, and FBI surveillance discovered plans for a mass, voluntary return to compound life. The reunion was advertised through survivor support networks as a healing gathering in rural Montana, organized by a legitimate-seeming nonprofit called Appalachian Heritage Recovery Foundation. 23 survivors registered to attend, including several who'd been thriving in outside life. The FBI, alerted by Elizabeth who'd been invited and immediately suspected the event, conducted surveillance. What they documented was sophisticated psychological manipulation. Speakers who framed compound life as indigenous culture being destroyed by outside colonization. Testimonials from recovered survivors describing mainstream life as traumatic and return to community as healing. Group therapy sessions that were actually reindoctrination sessions. Private meetings where vulnerable individuals were offered sanctuary from their struggles. The event was raided on day 3. Rebecca was arrested for child endangerment. 2 of the recruits had brought their children, and she'd been encouraging them to move to the compound. But most charges were dropped. It was technically a voluntary gathering, and adults had the legal right to choose isolated lifestyles. Rebecca served 18 months for contributing to the delinquency of minors and was released in 1990. She immediately returned to the Utah community, where she remains today, now in her late 50s, married to a first cousin, mother of 4 children with COIs averaging 0.15. She weaponized her recovery against other survivors. The phenomenon of cult returnees is well documented but poorly understood. Elizabeth Fritzl's children, born in captivity, have struggled with the outside world, some thriving, others experiencing severe adjustment disorders. Fundamentalist LDS escapees often return, with recidivism rates estimated at 15–20%. Dr. Alexandra Stein, cult expert, explains, cult departure is not a single event but a process that can take years or decades. Some survivors oscillate between leaving and returning multiple times before fully breaking free if they ever do. The ideology provided meaning, structure, identity. Mainstream culture rarely offers comparable certainty, especially to those who have been conditioned from birth. The Nzivim case, 2017-2019, revealed how former members became recruiters, using shared experience to build trust. Scientology's Rehabilitation Project Force specifically targets vulnerable members for reindoctrination. North Korean defectors show similar patterns. Approximately 10–30% attempt to return despite South Korea's freedom, because the structure and certainty of totalitarian life feels safer than the chaos of choice. Dr. Robert J. Lifton's research on thought reform shows that the longer someone lives under totalist ideology, especially from childhood, the more difficult complete psychological separation becomes. Some survivors never fully deprogram. They simply manage competing belief systems. In 1990, just after Rebecca's release, Elizabeth received a final letter, not threatening this time but pleading. "I've found peace, sister. I've found purpose. I've found home. You could too. The brethren would welcome you. Your genetic knowledge, your testimony, your pain, it could all mean something in service to the bloodline. Stop fighting what you are. Come home." Elizabeth read it once, then burned it. But the question haunted her. How many other survivors were receiving the same invitation, and how many were lonely enough, broken enough to say yes? But Rebecca's letters would become evidence in a larger pattern, because by 1995, the FBI would discover that the Unified Brethren weren't just recruiting survivors. They were actively seeking vulnerable women from outside the network, and genetic counseling databases were being illegally accessed to identify compatible bloodlines. In 1998, a routine security audit at Johns Hopkins Genetic Counseling Center discovered unauthorized access to 847 patient files, all women aged 1830 with specific rare genetic markers, and the IP address traced back to a server in rural Idaho. The digital age had given the doctrine a new hunting ground. What had once required physical isolation and generational captivity could now be achieved through data mining, targeted recruitment, and sophisticated understanding of genetics that the founding patriarchs never possessed. The unified brethren weren't just preserving bloodlines. They were actively engineering them using 21st century tools. Dr. Elizabeth Colt, now 43 and a respected genetic counselor at Duke University, received the call from FBI Cyber Crimes Division in November 1998. Special Agent Marcus Rivera explained that her name had appeared in correspondence seized from the Idaho compound. Specifically, a detailed analysis of her published research on genetic diversity restoration in isolated populations. The unified brethren had been studying her work, not to abandon their doctrine but to perfect it. The database breaches weren't random. They were targeting women with specific genetic profiles that could refresh the compound's bloodline without introducing excessive diversity, creating a mathematical formula for sustainable inbreeding. The FBI's investigation, codenamed Operation Bloodline, uncovered a sophisticated operation. 1990 51998. Systematic breaches of genetic counseling databases at Johns Hopkins University, 847 files accessed. Stanford Medical Center, 623 files. Mayo Clinic, 1,103 files. University of Utah, 2,347 files, the highest, suggesting proximity. Duke University, 429 files, including Elizabeth's own genetic profile. The hacker, identified as Daniel Morrison, Rebecca's younger brother, rescued at age 4 in 1972, now 32, had a degree in computer science from a correspondence university, and had spent 6 years working as a network administrator at a rural Idaho hospital. Perfect cover for accessing medical databases. But Daniel wasn't stealing files randomly. Analysis by Dr. Whitmore, now 76 but still consulting on the case, revealed a disturbing pattern in the targeted profiles. Carriers of rare recessive alleles that were likely present in compound populations, matching genetic markers from the 1972 survivors. European ancestry with specific regional origins, matching the founding family's ethnic backgrounds. No history of genetic disorders in immediate family. Geographic proximity to compound locations, within 500 miles of Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, or Utah. Social vulnerability factors when cross-referenced with other data. Divorced, estranged from family, financial struggles, religious backgrounds. They were creating a shopping list of genetically compatible, socially vulnerable women. When does genetic counseling become genetic targeting? And how do you protect vulnerable populations from predators who speak the language of science? The investigation deepened when Agent Rivera discovered that 5 women from the targeted databases had voluntarily relocated to rural Idaho between 1996-199, 8 under circumstances that initially seemed benign. Case 1. Jennifer Walsh, 24, genetic counseling client at Stanford, contacted in 1996 by a faith-based recovery community after posting in an online support group for sexual abuse survivors. Moved to Idaho compound in 1997. Married to elder Eli's son within 6 months. Had 2 children by 1999, both showing minor but manageable health issues. Case 2, Amanda Chen, 27, Mayo Clinic database. Approached through a sustainable living commune advertisement. Moved in 1996. Married to Rebecca Morrison's cousin. 3 pregnancies by 1998, 2 survived. Case 3, Rachel Torres, 22, University of Utah client. Recruited through Mormon fundamentalist networks. Moved in 1997. Designated as genetic complement to 3 brothers who needed wives with fresh blood to counteract family health issues. Cases 4 and 5. Sarah Johnson and Emily Martinez, both from Johns Hopkins database, both recruited through different pathways but ending up at the same Idaho compound within months of each other. The recruitment methods were sophisticated, using layered approaches that hid the true nature of the community. Stage 1. Initial contact through legitimate-seeming organizations, sustainable living communities, Christian recovery programs, homesteading networks, abuse survivor support groups. Stage 2. Building trust through shared ideology, religious fundamentalism, anti-government sentiment, return-to-nature philosophy, trauma bonding. Stage 3. Gradual disclosure of family-centered community values, framing close-knit family structures as strength rather than abuse. Stage 4. Invitation to visit, presented as temporary retreat or trial period. Stage 5. Psychological isolation accelerates once women arrive, limited outside contact, immersion in doctrine, arranged marriages happening faster than promised. 3 of the 5 recruited women had tried to leave and been prevented, not through physical force, but through calculated psychological manipulation, including staged medical emergencies, with their children and threatened loss of custody. Amanda Chen's case was documented through a letter she'd managed to smuggle out via a visiting social worker in 1998. They told me this was a safe community. They told me I'd have choice. But once I married David and had the Bobbies, everything changed. When I said I wanted to leave, they told me the children would die without the community's medical care. They showed me genetic reports, I don't know if they're real, saying my kids have conditions that require family-specific treatment protocols. They said outside doctors would kill them through ignorance. My son does have health issues. His eyes don't track right, he has seizures sometimes. I don't know what's true anymore. I'm afraid to leave. I'm afraid to stay. Please help. The FBI investigation revealed a pattern. Women were being recruited based on genetic profiles, impregnated quickly, often by multiple partners sequentially to test compatibility, and then trapped through their children, both through emotional bonds and through genuine medical concerns arising from inbreeding-related conditions. Rachel Torres had attempted escape in 1998 with her 18-month-old daughter, who had a cleft palate. The compound had pursued legal custody action, claiming Rachel was mentally unstable and planning to deny her daughter necessary medical care. The custody battle trapped Rachel in Idaho for 2 years while courts decided, during which she became pregnant again. Daniel Morrison's data mining had included accessing Elizabeth's personal genetic profile. An analysis showed she was a 96% compatibility match for bloodline restoration, making her the compound's primary long-term recruitment target. When Elizabeth learned this, her hands shook so badly she dropped the coffee cup she'd been holding, shattering it on Agent Rivera's office floor. The report was clinical, terrifying. Subject: Elizabeth S. Colt, DOB 3151955. Genetic profile analysis. Despite fourth-generation inbreeding coefficient of 0.44, subject shows remarkable heterozygosity at key loci. Spontaneous mutations have created genetic variants that could restore diversity to compound populations while maintaining core bloodline identity. 60% shared ancestry. Subjects' proven fertility despite genetic background suggests superior reproductive fitness. Educational background and genetic counseling makes subject uniquely valuable for doctrine advancement. Recommendation: priority recruitment target. Approach through ideological rather than genetic framing. Emphasize completing the work, honoring the bloodline, using trauma for purpose. Note: subject has previously resisted direct recruitment. Morrison Correspondence 1980 31990, suggesting alternative strategies necessary. They'd been studying her for 15 years, planning, waiting, calculating the exact psychological pressure points that might make her vulnerable. Elizabeth read the assessment with the detached horror of someone analyzing their own autopsy. They knew about her struggles with PTSD, her 2 failed marriages, her inability to have children despite normal fertility, psychological block, her therapist believed. They knew about the nightmares where she was back in the compound, about the panic attacks when she drove through mountain areas, about her desperate need to find meaning in her suffering through her work. And they designed a recruitment strategy specifically calibrated to exploit every vulnerability. The case exposed broader issues about genetic privacy in the digital age. The Genetic Information Non-Discrimination Act, GINA, wouldn't pass until 2008, a decade after these breaches. Current laws provided almost no protection for genetic data stored in research databases. 23andMe and Ancestry.com databases, launched 2006 and 1996 respectively, would later face similar concerns about data security and potential misuse. The Golden State Killer case, 2018, used genetic genealogy databases to identify a suspect, proving these databases could be powerful investigative tools, but also raising privacy concerns. Dr. Hank Greeley, Stanford bioethicist, noted in his 2020 book, "The Unified Brethren case demonstrated something we'd been theoretically concerned about but hadn't seen in practice: genetic databases being used for targeted recruitment of specific individuals based on biological traits. It's eugenics updated for the internet age." The Chinese gene editing scandal, 2018, where scientists He edited embryos to create HIV resistance, showed how genetic knowledge could be misused. The Cambridge Analytica case, 2016-2018, proved how data mining could target psychological vulnerabilities for manipulation. Modern sex trafficking operations increasingly use data mining to identify vulnerable targets. The intersection of genetic data, social media profiles, and psychological profiles creates unprecedented vulnerability. The FBI shut down the database access in 1999 and arrested Daniel Morrison on 18 federal charges, including unauthorized computer access and conspiracy to commit kidnapping. But during the raid on the Idaho compound, investigators found something that changed everything: detailed files on 127 children born in the network between 1985-1999, including comprehensive genetic profiles, photographs, and pairing recommendations for when they reached reproductive age, proving the doctrine wasn't just surviving, it was planning 3 generations ahead. But one file was marked Priority Alpha, Next Generation Leadership Candidate, and the photograph showed a teenage girl with crossed eyes that had been surgically corrected, bearing an unmistakable resemblance to Elizabeth Colt. The girl in the Priority Alpha file was 15 years old, named Sarah Whitaker, and had been born in 1984. The same year, Elizabeth suffered a miscarriage she'd never told anyone about, during a weekend she couldn't fully remember. The photograph fell from Elizabeth's hands, drifting to Agent Rivera's desk like a leaf. The girl's face was her own face 30 years earlier, the same bone structure, the same mouth, the same way her hair refused to stay behind her ears. But the eyes were different, not crossed like Elizabeth's had been, but clear, focused, and filled with something that made Elizabeth's blood turn cold: absolute certainty. The file contained comprehensive documentation. Subject: Sarah Ruth Whitaker. Born March 15, 1984, Morrison Compound. Relocated to Idaho 1985. Mother: Jessica Whitaker. Recruited 1983, deceased 1991. Father: redacted, multiple paternity possible. Genetic profile: heterozygosity index 0.73 exceptionally high, COI 0.08 lowest in network. Notable traits: IQ tested at 142, photographic memory, maternal genetic line, natural leadership capabilities, complete ideological commitment. Role: designated next generation doctrinal leader, bridging old bloodline, Colt Morrison Whitaker Carver lines, with new genetic strategy, recruited outsider diversity. But it was the handwritten note clipped to the file that made Elizabeth's world tilt. Genetic analysis confirms 50% maternal DNA match to Elizabeth Colt, 1972 survivor. Source of genetic material: 1984 contribution during subject's rehabilitation visit. Subject unaware of biological connection. Maintain secrecy until strategic deployment appropriate. Elizabeth had been drugged and her eggs harvested during a 1984 wellness retreat she'd attended during a severe PTSD episode, making her the biological mother of a child raised entirely in the doctrine she'd spent her life fighting. The memories came back in fragments like a nightmare surfacing. Summer 1984. Elizabeth had been 29, struggling with her second divorce, drinking too much, her PTSD spiraling. A therapist had recommended a trauma recovery retreat in Montana, nature therapy, meditation, holistic healing. She remembered mountains, a cabin, women in long dresses who seemed kind, herbal teas that made her sleep deeply, a doctor who said she needed vitamin treatments for her malnutrition-related health issues, injections, more sleep, gaps in memory that she'd attributed to exhaustion and medication. She'd stayed 5 days, left feeling physically worse but believing she'd worked through something important. Never thought about it again because thinking about that period meant confronting how close she'd come to suicide. They'd been waiting for her vulnerability, and when it came, they'd taken what they needed. Dr. Whitmore, brought in immediately, reviewed Elizabeth's medical records from 1984. The timeline was horrifying. June 1984, Elizabeth enters retreat. Estimated procedure date: June 1820, based on recovery symptoms documented in her therapy notes. March 1985, Jessica Whitaker, A recruited outsider with no compound bloodline gives birth to Sarah in Idaho compound. Standard IVF protocol timeline, 9 months. Sarah had been implanted in a surrogate, raised by the network, and trained from birth to be exactly what Elizabeth had fought against. A true believer who carried the pure bloodline but could speak to the outside world. How do you fight an ideology that literally stole your DNA to create the next generation of its own destruction? And what do you owe a daughter who doesn't know you exist but has been trained to see you as enemy? Agent Rivera's investigation revealed that the 1984 wellness retreat had been operated by Rebecca Morrison, using the alias Sister Ruth, and had targeted at least 12 women between 1980 to 1987, all survivors or relatives of compound survivors, all during periods of psychological vulnerability. The harvested genetic material had been used to create a new generation of genetically optimized children, combining the founding family's bloodlines with lower inbreeding coefficients by using surrogate mothers from outside the network. It was reproductive trafficking disguised as fertility assistance. Other victims included Martha Chen, daughter of Dr. Howard Chen, who tried to help the family in 1947. Eggs harvested 1985 resulted in twin boys. Sarah Morrison's cousin. Eggs harvested 1983 resulted in 3 daughters. A woman who'd written sympathetic news articles about compound survivors. Eggs harvested 1986 resulted in 1 son. They'd been systematically targeting anyone connected to their exposure, turning them into unwitting genetic contributors to the doctrine's continuation. Elizabeth demanded to meet Sarah. Agent Rivera initially refused. It could compromise the ongoing investigation. But Elizabeth's response was ice cold. "That's my daughter. They stole her from my body. I don't care about your investigation. I'm going to Idaho." When Elizabeth finally confronted Sarah at the compound during a supervised FBI interview in 2000, Sarah already knew the truth and had been writing letters to Elizabeth for 2 years, letters the compound elders had intercepted and destroyed. The meeting took place in a federal building in Boise, Idaho, neutral ground with FBI agents present. Sarah walked in wearing modest dress, her hair in a long braid, carrying a worn Bible and a folder of papers. She was 16 now, poised and articulate in ways that reminded Elizabeth of herself at that age, before the rescue, when she'd been silently cataloging horrors and waiting to speak. But Sarah spoke first. "Mother, they told me you were dead. They told me you'd abandoned the bloodline and God had taken you in judgment. I found letters you'd written in Elder Eli's desk when I was 14. I've been trying to reach you ever since." The folder contained 63 letters addressed to Elizabeth Cole, Duke University, from 1998 to 2000. Detailed documentation of conditions in the current compound, health issues, arranged marriages, continued inbreeding despite optimization claims. Names and locations of 37 children born between 1985 to 2000 through the genetic trafficking program. Sarah's own testimony, written in careful script, describing her growing doubt about the doctrine despite her indoctrination. The designated next generation leader had been planning her own exposure operation. Sarah spoke for 3 hours, her voice never wavering. "I was raised to believe the bloodline was sacred, that our isolation protected divine genetics, that you and the other escapees had been corrupted by the outside world. But I have photographic memory like you do, they told me. So I remembered everything, every contradiction, every child born with defects they couldn't hide, every woman recruited with lies, every man who interpreted spiritual guidance as permission for rape. I'm 15 years old. I've been designated to marry my cousin uncle, Elder Eli's son, who's 32. They call it strategic pairing for bloodline optimization. I call it rape with a genetic justification. I've been waiting for someone to find me, and then I found out you've been fighting them for 30 years. So I'm asking, are you still fighting? Because I am. Sarah had been secretly documenting the compound's operations since age 12, including video recordings, financial records, and genetic data proving that outcrossing was failing. COI numbers were rising again despite recruitment, and fourth-generation health issues were returning. The evidence Sarah provided was devastating. Hidden camera footage, using a device she'd built from mail-order electronics, showing arranged marriage ceremonies of underage girls. Medical records she'd copied from Elder Eli's office, showing infant mortality rates of 35%, lower than the original compounds, but still catastrophically high. Genetic spreadsheets proving that despite recruitment of outside women, the network was still primarily breeding within the founding families, with COI averages climbing from 0.12 in 1985 to 0.23 by 2000. Financial records showing the network controlled assets worth $4.3 million across 7 states. Correspondence proving coordination with other isolated religious communities, sharing recruitment strategies and genetic management protocols. Sarah had been trained to lead the doctrine. Instead, she'd been building the case to destroy it. Agent Rivera stared at the evidence spread across the table and whispered, "This is enough to prosecute everyone. This is massive." Sarah looked at Elizabeth, really looked at her for the first time, and asked the question that had haunted her entire life. Did you choose to leave me? Or did they take me before you knew I existed? Elizabeth's voice broke for the first time in decades. They stole you. I would have died before leaving you there if I'd known. I'm so sorry, I'm so. Sarah interrupted. Don't apologize. Just help me finish what you started. Help me end this. Not just for me, but for the 37 others. For all the children they plan to create. For everyone still trapped in the doctrine. They stole her eggs, raised her daughter, trained her as enemy. The baby scoop era, 1945-1973, saw forced adoptions and reproductive coercion of unwed mothers. China's forced sterilization programs continued into the 2000s. Guatemala's stolen children scandal, 1970s 1990s, involved systematic trafficking of bobbies. Reproductive trafficking remains a global crisis. The Yale Fertility Center scandal, 1990s, involved doctors using their own sperm without consent. Donald Klein case, Indiana, exposed 2014, revealed a doctor who'd fathered 50-plus children through his own sperm donations without consent. Forced surrogacy in Ukraine, India, and other countries with limited regulation creates similar exploitation. Genetic material theft for commercial purposes has been documented in research settings worldwide. Dr. Dina Davis, bioethicist, notes, reproductive autonomy violations represent some of the most intimate forms of human rights abuse. When your genetic material is used without consent to create another human being, you're being turned into biological raw material rather than treated as a person. The FBI raid on the Idaho compound in 2001 rescued 37 children and arrested 19 adults on charges ranging from child abuse to human trafficking to illegal genetic experimentation. But during the raid, Elder Eli and Rebecca Morrison disappeared, and Sarah received an email from an encrypted address. The bloodline cannot be destroyed. It lives in code, in data, in frozen genetic material stored in facilities you'll never find. Your mother tried to end us. You've tried to end us, but we are beyond geography now. We are science. We are ideology. We are eternal. See you in the next generation. But what they didn't know was that Sarah had already infiltrated their digital systems, and she knew exactly where those genetic storage facilities were. Sarah's infiltration revealed something worse than active compounds. 17 cryogenic storage facilities across North America, containing over 2,000 preserved embryos, eggs, and sperm samples from 3 generations of bloodline-certified genetic material, cataloged like a seed bank for human inbreeding. The digital trail Sarah had been following for 3 years led to a network that existed entirely outside physical compounds. While the FBI had been shutting down geographic locations, the doctrine had been digitizing, decentralizing, and preparing for exactly this scenario: preservation through biotechnology rather than isolation through geography. Agent Rivera assembled a joint task force in early 2001, FBI Cybercrimes, Department of Health and Human Services, Interpol for international facilities, and genetic ethics specialists. The investigation revealed an operation far more sophisticated than anyone had imagined. Sarah, now 17 and living in protective custody with Elizabeth, worked as the task force's primary consultant, the only person who understood both the ideology and the technology. Her role was unprecedented, a minor consulting on a federal investigation into her own biological origins while helping dismantle the organization that created her. The server Sarah had hacked was located in Vancouver, Canada, operating under the legitimate front of Heritage Genetics Preservation Services, a company that claimed to offer genetic storage for families concerned about hereditary diseases. The reality was far darker. The storage network had been operational since 1992, meaning they'd been preparing for compound exposure for nearly a decade before it happened, proving the leadership had always known their physical operations were vulnerable and had built a biological backup system. The facility list, extracted from encrypted servers Sarah had spent months penetrating, was staggering. United States, 11 facilities. 3 in Idaho, disguised as agricultural seed banks. In Utah, operating as fertility clinics. In Montana, registered as veterinary cryogenic facilities. In Wyoming, private research labs. 1 in Nevada, Casino Mogul's private longevity research center. 1 in Arizona, medical waste management company with cryogenic capabilities. Canada, 4 facilities. In British Columbia. 1 in Alberta. 1 in Ontario. Mexico, 2 facilities. 1 in Sonora, near U.S. border. 1 in Chihuahua, remote mountain location. Each facility contained cryopreserved embryos created from genetically compatible pairings, frozen eggs, and sperm from compound members and recruited outsiders. Detailed genetic profiles including COI calculations, health histories, and pairing recommendations. Digital documentation of bloodline connections dating back to 1910. Financial trusts, ensuring facility maintenance for minimum 50 years. The total estimated value of genetic material, over 2,000 samples representing 127 distinct individuals, capable of producing theoretically unlimited offspring if implanted in surrogates. How do you prosecute reproductive crimes when the victims haven't been conceived yet? And what rights do frozen embryos have when they represent ideology frozen in time? The legal team faced unprecedented challenges. Most genetic material had been obtained through coerced donations from compound members who believed it was religious duty, theft during medical procedures, like Elizabeth's case, genetic material from minors collected for future use, created without full informed consent. But current law provided minimal protection. Genetic material ownership was a legal gray area. Embryo destruction faced religious objections. International jurisdiction made enforcement complicated. The Heritage Genetics Front Company had operated legally, licensed as a fertility preservation service. Their contracts were carefully worded to avoid explicit mention of the doctrine, while satisfying religious members that their heritage was being preserved for future generations. Dr. Whitmore, now 81 and serving as ethics consultant, reviewed the genetic database with growing horror. This isn't just preservation, it's planned multi-generational eugenics. They've calculated optimal pairings 3 generations out. They've identified which genetic lines produce the best results by their metrics. They've even flagged high-priority retrieval targets, women whose genetic profiles make them valuable for future recruitment or coerced reproduction. This is systematic, scientific, and absolutely horrifying. One document, labeled Century Plan 2002-100, outlined their strategy. Phase 1 2002-020, preserve core genetic material from founding families before complete dispersal. Maintain physical facilities in remote locations. Recruit genetic contributors through database targeting. Phase 2 2022-040, begin selective reintroduction of preserved genetics through assisted reproduction, surrogacy, and adoption networks. Target second-generation escapees who might be vulnerable to reconnection. Establish legitimate fertility clinics as fronts. Phase 3 2042-060, create dispersed but genetically connected network of individuals carrying bloodline markers, without necessarily subscribing to full doctrine. Use modern genomic technology to identify and connect descendants. Phase 4 2062-100, leverage accumulated genetic diversity for restoration of pure lines when social conditions favor isolated communities again. Maintain ideological continuity through digital archives, encrypted communications, and family oral traditions. They were planning for a 100-year resurrection. Rebecca Morrison had been operating a black market surrogacy network since 1995, implanting preserved compound embryos into unsuspecting surrogate mothers who believed they were carrying embryos for infertile couples, creating hidden bloodline members, raised by outsiders with no knowledge of their genetic origins. The discovery came through financial records Sarah had extracted. Between 1995-2001, Rebecca had facilitated 47 surrogacy arrangements through various intermediaries, paying surrogate mothers between $30,000 to carry pregnancies. The surrogates interviewed by investigators had no idea their clients were part of a cult network. They'd been told, Christian couples seeking traditional surrogacy, families with genetic disorders using donor eggs, parents wanting biological children without pregnancy. The resulting children, now ages 16 in 2001, were scattered across 13 states and 2 Canadian provinces. Their adoptive parents had no idea their children carried genetics from compound bloodlines, had been specifically selected for optimal pairing potential, and were documented in the network's database for future contact when appropriate. It was human trafficking through reproductive technology, children placed like sleeper agents, waiting to be activated. Dr. Marcus Chen, now 73, conducted emergency assessments on the surrogate-born children who could be located, 31 of 47. His findings: these children show none of the high inbreeding coefficients seen in compound-raised generations. COI averages are 0.03008, within normal variation for children of cousin marriages. They're being raised in normal families, attending regular schools, receiving proper medical care. But they're documented in the network's database with notes like recall for breeding program when age appropriate and genetic asset for phase 2 restoration. The network sees them as biological resources to be harvested later. Elder Eli had undergone a vasectomy reversal in 1997, and at age 77, had personally donated sperm that was used to create 23 embryos paired with eggs from recruited young women, ensuring his leadership genetics would survive into the 22nd century. The narcissism of the operation was breathtaking. Eli had commissioned genetic analysis showing he carried minimal deleterious alleles despite compound heritage. Essentially, he'd been lucky enough to avoid the worst genetic consequences of inbreeding, which he interpreted as divine selection. His preserved genetic material was flagged as priority patriarch line, with instructions for use. Pair with genetically diverse egg donors. Implant in surrogates from ideologically compatible backgrounds. Place resulting children in traditional family environments for initial raising. Contact children between ages 18-25 to introduce heritage. He was trying to create a distributed bloodline that would carry his genetics and eventually his ideology into future generations. Biological imperialism through fertility clinics. The international manhunt for Elder Eli and Rebecca Morrison intensified. Interpol issued red notices. Financial accounts were frozen. Known associates were surveilled. They were tracked through credit card usage at Mexican border crossings, 2001. Suspected sighting in Baja California, 2002. Email communications intercepted by NSA, 2003-2004. Financial transfers to offshore accounts, 2005. But they remained free for 9 years, protected by a network that had decades of practice hiding from authorities. 2000 frozen embryos, ideology preserved in liquid nitrogen. China's frozen embryo trafficking, exposed in 2019, involved similar black market operations. Ukraine's surrogacy industry scandals, 2020, revealed bobbies abandoned during COVID-19, raising questions about children as commodities. The Nadia Suleiman case, 2009, Optimum, exposed fertility clinic regulatory failures. The case of Cecil Jacobson, a Virginia doctor who used his own sperm to impregnate dozens of patients without consent in the 1980s, demonstrated how easily reproductive technology could be abused. India's commercial surrogacy ban, 2019, came after years of exploitation of poor women as womb rental services. Thailand, Nepal, and Cambodia have all banned or restricted surrogacy after trafficking concerns. Dr. I. Glenn Cohen, Harvard bioethicist, warns, reproductive technology has outpaced law and ethics. We can now create children from genetic material harvested decades ago, implant them in surrogates who know nothing about the genetic origins, and place them with parents who have no idea their child is part of someone else's ideological agenda. The law has no framework for this. Genetic genealogy databases like GEDmatch, used to solve Golden State Killer Case, 2018, have also enabled genetic surveillance. The network could theoretically track descendants of compound members through commercial DNA testing, identifying recruitment targets without their knowledge. In 2010, after 9 years of searching, Mexican federal police surrounded a compound in rural Sonora. Inside, Elder Eli, age 86, Rebecca Morrison, age 47, and 17 other network members. They'd been operating another small breeding program, 8 women, 12 children, same doctrine. But during the raid, investigators found something that changed everything. Live-streamed video equipment, and a subscriber list of 847 people paying monthly fees to watch authentic traditional family life. The doctrine had been monetized, and hundreds of people were financially supporting its continuation. But the subscriber list revealed something worse: IP addresses from the FBI's own servers, suggesting someone inside the investigation had been compromised. The IP address accessing the live stream from FBI servers belonged to Special Agent Marcus Rivera, the man who'd been leading the investigation for 9 years, who'd worked alongside Elizabeth and Sarah, who'd had access to every witness, every piece of evidence, every plan to shut down the network. The discovery was made by Sarah herself, now 26, and working as an independent forensic data analyst after years of therapy and education. She'd been reviewing the subscriber logs from the Sonora compound raid when she noticed the pattern. One IP address had accessed the live streams 1,847 times between 2003-2010, always from FBI headquarters in Washington, D.C., always during business hours, always from Terminal 47B. Terminal 47B was Rivera's assigned workstation. The realization hit her like physical violence. She sat in her apartment in Durham, North Carolina. She'd moved to be near Elizabeth, who was now 55 and still working as a genetic counselor, staring at her screen, feeling her photographic memory replay every interaction with Rivera over the past decade, every case detail he'd had access to, every survivor he'd interviewed, every facility location he'd known about before raids. Every time something had gone wrong, facilities cleaned out hours before raids, key suspects disappearing, evidence mysteriously corrupted, Rivera had been in the chain of information. Rivera wasn't a believer in the doctrine. He was being blackmailed. The network had discovered he'd fathered a child with a confidential informant in 1998, violating FBI ethics rules, and had been using that leverage to feed him information about the investigation in exchange for his career survival. Sarah brought the evidence to FBI internal affairs rather than Rivera's direct supervisors. The investigation that followed was classified, but Sarah and Elizabeth were briefed on its findings in late 2011. Senior Agent Patricia Wong conducted the interview. Agent Rivera was approached in 2002 by an individual he believed was a lawyer representing the child's mother, seeking child support. The lawyer was actually Rebecca Morrison using a false identity. She presented him with a choice: provide limited information about investigation progress, or have his violation exposed, ending his career and destroying his family. He made the wrong choice. The extent of Rivera's compromise was staggering. 2002-2004 provided advance warning of raid schedules, allowing 3 facilities to be emptied before FBI arrival. 2004-2006 shared witness testimony transcripts, allowing network to identify which survivors were cooperating and target them for re-recruitment. 2006-2008 disclosed database breach investigation progress, giving Daniel Morrison time to erase digital footprints. 2008-2010 accessed live streams to verify network operational status, inadvertently confirming to the network that their surveillance countermeasures were working. 2010 warned about the Sonora compound raid location, but the message was intercepted by Mexican federal police before delivery, resulting in the successful raid that exposed him. Rivera had been trying to serve 2 masters and failing both. He wasn't protecting the network by conviction. He was protecting himself through cowardice. But the result was the same: dozens of victims who could have been rescued earlier, evidence that could have been preserved, suspects who escaped justice. How much evil is enabled not by true believers, but by cowards who choose self-preservation over stopping atrocity? And are they less culpable for their lack of faith in what they're enabling? Rivera's arrest in 2011 sent shockwaves through the investigation. Every case he'd touched had to be reviewed for compromise. Every survivor he'd interviewed had to be recontacted to assess their current safety. Every facility location had to be re-verified. But the damage was most severe for Elizabeth and Sarah. They'd trusted him. They'd shared details of their trauma, their fears, their strategies. Sarah had worked alongside him for years, believing he was helping her dismantle the network that created her. Elizabeth's therapy notes from late 2011 captured her devastation. I thought I knew evil. I survived my father raping me, my grandfather designing a breeding program that treated me as livestock, my genetic material being stolen to create a daughter I couldn't protect. But Rivera's betrayal is different. He knew. He understood what they were. He saw the victims, interviewed the children, read the medical reports, and he still helped them, not because he believed, but because he was afraid of losing his career. I don't know which is worse: someone who commits atrocity from conviction, or someone who enables atrocity from cowardice. Sarah's response was colder, more calculated. She wrote in her own journal, "Rivera taught me an important lesson. Never trust anyone who isn't willing to lose everything. The only people I can truly rely on are those who have already lost it all and kept fighting anyway. Everyone else is just waiting for their price to be met." Rivera's compromise had exposed Sarah's identity to the network, and in 2012, she received a letter from Elder Eli, now awaiting trial, offering her $2 million and leadership of the restored network if she would destroy the evidence and testify that the compounds were consensual religious communities. The letter was delivered through his legal counsel, carefully worded to avoid additional charges. Sarah Ruth Whitaker, you are the finest product of our work, brilliant, strong, genetically superior. You were raised in the doctrine but chose to leave. I respect that choice even as I mourn it. But consider, You could destroy us completely, or you could lead us into a new era. The old ways failed because they were too isolated, too rigid. You understand both worlds. You could create something better, a network that preserves bloodline excellence while adapting to modern sensibilities. Think of the good you could do: genetic disease prevention, preservation of family heritage, protection of traditional values. All the resources of the network would be yours to reshape. Or you can destroy it all and spend your life knowing you could have transformed it instead. The choice is yours. It was the most sophisticated recruitment attempt yet, not denying the abuse, but reframing it as old ways that could be reformed under enlightened leadership. Sarah brought the letter to Agent Wang and said flatly, "He thinks I'm for sale. He thinks because he bought Rivera, he can buy anyone. He doesn't understand that some people can't be bought because they remember too much." But the letter had included detailed financial records proving the network controlled $18.7 million in assets, had connections to 12 fertility clinics across North America, and maintained a legal defense fund specifically for bribing investigators and witnesses. Rivera hadn't been their only target, he'd just been their only success. The internal affairs investigation revealed that the network had attempted to compromise 17 different law enforcement and medical personnel between 2001-2011, using a sophisticated intelligence operation that included private investigators, hacked databases, and financial surveillance to identify targets' vulnerabilities. The operation, documented in seized files, was called Operation Preservation and had a budget of $3.2 million. It targeted investigators with financial problems, extramarital affairs, or career violations, medical examiners who'd handled compound autopsies, social workers assigned to survivor cases, genetic counselors who published research on inbreeding, journalists covering the story, legislators considering laws about genetic privacy, or religious community oversight. The attempted compromise methods included blackmail, Rivera's method, financial incentives, bribes disguised as consulting fees, ideological recruitment, targeting religious conservatives who might sympathize with traditional family framing, threats against family members of investigators, romantic entrapment, using attractive network members to seduce targets. Rivera was the only confirmed compromise, but 3 other investigators had reported suspicious contact attempts, and 2 had been removed from the case as a precaution. The network had been treating the investigation itself as a target for infiltration and corruption. Lead investigator was compromised, 9 years of sabotage. The Larry Nassar case, USA Gymnastics, exposed 2016, involved FBI agents who failed to investigate promptly, later revealed to have sought positions at USA Gymnastics, suggesting financial motivation for incompetence. The Jeffrey Epstein investigations, 1990s 2019, were repeatedly compromised by his connections to wealthy and powerful individuals. Alex Acosta's 2008 plea deal has been criticized as potential corruption. The Catholic Church abuse scandals involved systematic cover-ups where investigators were pressured, bribed, or ideologically aligned with protecting institutional reputation over victims. Cartel corruption of law enforcement in Mexico and Central America shows how criminal networks systematically target investigators using the plata o plomo, silver or lead, bribe or bullet approach. Corporate whistleblower cases routinely involve sophisticated counterintelligence operations. The RANOs, exposed 2015, hired private investigators to intimidate sources. Uber's Hell program tracked journalists investigating the company. Dr. C. Fred O. Ford, University of Maryland ethicist, notes, institutional betrayal, when the systems meant to protect victims instead protect perpetrators, causes deeper psychological trauma than the original abuse. It confirms the victim's worst fear, that the world doesn't care, or worse, actively supports their suffering. The Stanford Prison Experiment, 1971, and Milgram Obedience Studies, 1961, demonstrated how ordinary people will enable evil under institutional authority. Rivera represented real-world version, compromised not by dramatic conversion to evil ideology, but by small ethical failures that accumulated into massive betrayal. Rivera pleaded guilty in 2013 to obstruction of justice, accepting documents from confidential sources, and ethics violations. He received 12 years in federal prison. But during sentencing, he read a statement that changed everything. "I wasn't Rebecca Morrison's only FBI contact. She told me in 2009 that she had insurance in the form of two other federal employees who were true believers, not compromised like me. She said they were more valuable because they actually supported the doctrine and were working to preserve it from within. I never learned their identities." But if you're wondering why this network keeps surviving despite every effort to destroy it, that's why. They're inside your system and they believe. But Rivera's confession came with a hidden message, Sarah, decrypted from the transcript. A message that would lead them to the final, most shocking truth about who'd really been protecting the network all along. When forensic teams entered Blue Ridge Hollow, they expected to find evidence of abuse. What they found instead was a 62-year archaeological record of human collapse, a living graveyard where biology and belief had decayed side by side. The spring thaw had just begun, and mist clung to the forest floor like a shroud. The cabin stood half-rotten, walls bowed under decades of damp, their interiors littered with relics of a world that had refused to move forward. Kerosene lamps, hand-cranked radios, mason jars labeled with names instead of contents. Even the air felt wrong, thick, still, heavy with the smell of lye mildew, and something else the investigators could only describe as the scent of unburied time. Detective Margaret Holloway, the lead investigator, later wrote in her report, "Every surface told a story. Every floorboard creaked like it remembered something it wanted to forget." The graves were the first real breakthrough. Ground-penetrating radar revealed 47 distinct burial sites, each positioned with eerie precision. When the data was mapped, it formed a spiral pattern, expanding outward from the main cabin, perfect geometry and perfect decay. Dr. Lisa Martinez, the forensic anthropologist, called it a genetic mandala of death. Ezekiel hadn't just buried his dead. He arranged them, cataloged them, turned their deaths into scripture. Each generation formed a new ring in the spiral, each grave marked not by names, but by numbers carved into river stones. P1, P2, P3, purity rank, as later confirmed by his journal. Over the next 6 weeks, the team exhumed 23 graves. The findings horrified even the most seasoned pathologists. Neural tube defects, 43%. Cranial malformations, 67%. Skeletal deformities, 81%. Organ failure, nearly universal. Infants were born with skulls that never closed, bones like glass, lungs too weak to draw a single full breath. Dr. Whitmore described it as the human genome folding in on itself. One report noted a child whose organs had reversed positions, a full mirror image of normal anatomy. Another, a girl buried in 1956, displayed signs of a skin disorder so severe her body had hardened like cracked porcelain before death. Inside the main cabin, investigators found Ezekiel's original journal, pages blackened by humidity, but still legible. The final entry, dated 1955, read, "God tests the blood that remains. Each imperfection is a whisper of sin, and yet I cannot stop. If the line ends, so does his proof." Next to it lay Martha's hidden ledger, wrapped in oilcloth, its pages trembling with graphite ghosts, 47 hand-drawn portraits of dead children. No page was torn, no name omitted. Everyone was drawn from memory. Everyone had eyes. Dr. Whitmore refused to continue reading after page 30. She reportedly closed the book, set it down, and whispered, "They were trying to be remembered." But the true horror came when DNA sequencing began. The Colt's genetic code was collapsing, not figuratively but literally. Across 3 generations, mutation rates had skyrocketed to levels previously thought impossible outside laboratory experiments. Some sequences were so damaged that geneticists couldn't classify them as strictly human anymore, a living demonstration of what happens when evolution is forced to eat itself. Whitmore's final summary stated, "The Colt genome represents an extinction event on a micro scale, a species collapsing inward under its own theology." As the last of the graves were closed, silence settled over Blue Ridge Hollow. Reporters called it the Appalachian Jonestown, but the truth was far older and quieter. It wasn't madness that destroyed the Colts. It was belief. Belief that purity could outlive humanity. Belief that faith could rewrite biology. Belief that blood was holier than mercy. And as investigators packed their equipment, Detective Holloway looked back one last time and said the line that would close every documentary, every article, every retelling of this American tragedy. "The mountain didn't kill them. It just kept their secrets long enough for us to forget they were human." When the evidence trucks finally rolled down from Blue Ridge Hollow, investigators thought they'd left the nightmare behind. But inside a rusted tobacco tin recovered from Thomas Colt's belongings lay a single folded paper, its edges brittle, its ink faded almost to nothing. At first glance, it looked like a crude topographical sketch of the valley. But in the center, written in trembling script, were 5 words that froze the entire investigative team. "The hollow is not alone." Pinned beside it was a smaller scrap of parchment, one of Ezekiel's original pages, bearing his signature spiral symbol and a line from Genesis 9:19. "By these were the nations divided in the earth after the flood." Dr. Sarah Whitmore immediately understood what that meant. Ezekiel hadn't seen himself as a prophet. He'd seen himself as a patriarch, tasked with repopulating the world from pure seed. If Blue Ridge Hollow was his Eden, then this map suggested there were other Edens. The map showed 2 valleys, each marked with a spiral symbol identical to the Colt burial pattern, one 20 miles east near Cold Creek, another 50 miles south in Pisgah Forest. To local authorities, they were just clearings lost to time. To Whitmore, they were coordinates to history repeating itself. The next morning, she ordered an aerial survey. When the photographs returned, the room went silent. Each location showed the unmistakable geometry of human habitation: collapsed cabins, root cellar depressions, and faint rectangular shadows matching the Colt compound's design. In both sites, vegetation had reclaimed the land, but the pattern was unmistakable. It wasn't one tragedy. It was a network. Detective Holloway wrote in her notebook, "We thought we'd found a single family tree rotted at the roots. We were standing in a forest of the damned." Within a week, excavation teams reached the first secondary site, Cold Creek Hollow. No living inhabitants, just foundations buried under vines, a half-collapsed cabin, and two shallow graves. The skeletons inside were adult females, genetically confirmed to share markers with Ezekiel Colt's lineage, but with one critical difference. The DNA showed foreign admixture, suggesting contact with outsiders sometime after 1930. That meant someone had escaped, and someone had started again. The second site, Pisgah Hollow, was worse. The soil there was heavy with iron, and when radar scans passed over it, dozens of anomalies appeared, small, evenly spaced, exactly like Blue Ridge's burial pattern. But beneath the top layer of soil, investigators found something new. Wooden plaques coated in wax, carved with Bible verses rewritten in Ezekiel's hand. One read, "And the bloodline shall scatter like seeds, that purity may root anew." Another simply said, "She knows where to hide them." The handwriting matched Ezekiel's final entry from 1955. The meaning was unmistakable. Before his death, he'd sent disciples, his own children, out into the wilderness to begin again. Dr. Whitmore's report to the CDC would summarize it with chilling simplicity. Blue Ridge Hollow was not an isolated genetic collapse. It was one node in a deliberate expansion, a distributed network of ideological breeding colonies. Modern genetic mapping later identified 37 individuals across rural Appalachia whose mitochondrial DNA traced back to the Colt bloodline. Most were unaware of their ancestry. A few lived within miles of each other, their features eerily familiar: pale eyes, narrow jaws, crossed gaze. The bloodline hadn't ended. It had dispersed. In 1974, the state sealed the Blue Ridge site. No trespassing, no filming, no research without clearance. Official records listed it as contaminated terrain due to biohazard risk. But locals still tell stories of lights flickering in the trees at night, of soft singing carried on the wind, of children's voices echoing where no one lives. They say sometimes in the fog you can still see shapes moving between the trees, pale, thin figures that never learned what it meant to leave. And every few years, a hiker reports finding a carving on a tree trunk deep in the forest. A perfect spiral etched clean into the bark. Fresh, as if the mountain still remembers the hands that made it. By 1980, Blue Ridge Hollow had become a government ghost site. The cabins were dismantled, the graves resealed, and the records sealed under federal authority. Officially, the Colt investigation ended with Thomas Colt's death in custody 2 years later, a man deemed too delusional to stand trial, who spent his last days preaching purity to empty walls. But for Dr. Sarah Whitmore, the case refused to end. Because the blood samples she'd taken, those thin vials marked Colt lineage AG, were beginning to show something new. In a sterile CDC lab, Whitmore watched as her sequencing results came through line by line. The degradation she'd expected was there: mutations, deletions, endless replication errors. But among the wreckage, one strain stood out. Sample F taken from Elizabeth Colt, the 12-year-old who'd survived. Unlike the others, Elizabeth's genetic profile showed hyperadaptive repair mechanisms, mutations that had compensated for centuries of inbreeding damage. It wasn't evolution in the traditional sense. It was survival rewritten at the cellular level. Whitmore's handwritten note in the lab ledger read, "If this is accurate, her genome is not collapsing. It's adapting, the body learning to correct the sins of its own design." She never sent that note to the department. She burned it. By 1983, whispers spread through the medical community of a mountain child with unprecedented genetic resilience. When Whitmore retired, the Colt files disappeared with her. No one noticed until a graduate student, Dr. Evelyn Monroe, stumbled across a restricted CDC reference in 1991, Project Genesis Renewal, Appalachian Study. Monroe traced the reference to a defunct government facility in Atlanta, where boxes of Colt DNA samples were being stored under biohazard classification. Every request for access was denied. Every file she requested came back redacted. In her personal journal, later recovered after her death, Monroe wrote, "They're not studying how the Colts died. They're studying how one of them lived." Meanwhile, strange medical anomalies began appearing across the Appalachian corridor. Infants born with inexplicable resistance to common diseases, rapid healing from fractures, and abnormally high tolerance to pain. Families with no documented ancestry, beyond 2 or 3 generations. When genetic testing became widespread in the early 2000s, a pattern emerged. A mitochondrial sequence identical to Elizabeth Colt's. The press called it the Appalachian marker. Scientists called it mitochondrial resilience. Locals called it mountain blood. The connection was undeniable. Somewhere in the years following the raid, Elizabeth had survived, disappeared, and passed her genes into the world. In 2004, a journalist named Anna Chen, Michael Chen's granddaughter, published a controversial exposé titled "The Bloodline That Refused to Die." It reignited public obsession with the Colt family and forced the government to release partial documents from the 1972 investigation. But even with redacted pages and erased names, one fact became clear. The Colt story wasn't just about isolation. It was about how humanity responds to its own corruption. Dr. Whitmore's final sealed letter, discovered after her death in 1998, contained only a single paragraph. "I've come to believe the Colts were both tragedy and prophecy. They showed us what happens when belief overrides biology. But they also showed us that life, even damaged life, refuses to stop fighting back." Today, geneticists studying the Appalachian marker describe it as an echo of survival, a lingering adaptation born from horror. A mutation that should not exist but does. A whisper from the blood that refused extinction. In laboratories across the country, Elizabeth Colt's name has been replaced by an anonymized code, specimen E1972. But in the mountains, locals still tell a simpler version of her story. They say she walked out of the hollow barefoot that morning in 1972 and kept walking until the fog took her. And that sometimes, when the wind moves just right, you can still hear a young girl's voice in the distance, trying at last to speak. In 2006, a low-level data technician at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention triggered a classified audit by accident. He'd been digitizing old pathology slides for disposal when he opened one labeled simply, Colt Specimen E 1972, Appalachian Archive. Inside the glass case was a single drop of preserved blood, crimson faded to brown, sealed in resin like a fossil. Attached to the file was a note written in fatting pen. Handle with care, adaptive sequence unstable. He didn't understand what it meant, but when he entered the file number into the CDC registry, the screen flashed red. Access restricted, level 5 clearance required. He closed the file immediately. By morning, the drive had been wiped clean. By evening, he'd been reassigned to another department without explanation. That same week, a journalist named Anna Chen, still pursuing her family's unfinished investigation, received an unmarked envelope at her Washington apartment. Inside, a photocopy of a government memo stamped Project Seraphim. The subject line read, Application of Adaptive Genome Sequence, E1972, classified under Immunological Resilience Study. Below that, 2 words handwritten in pencil. Human Trials. The memo was dated April 3, 1987, 15 years after Blue Ridge Hollow's discovery. And beneath the date, in a signature unmistakable to those who'd studied the Colt case, Dr. Sarah Whitmore. Whitmore had been dead for nearly a decade when the memo surfaced. Her public legacy was that of a whistleblower who'd exposed genetic negligence in rural America. Privately, she'd been working on something far darker, a program designed to replicate the Colt anomaly under controlled conditions. The logic was clinical, almost inhuman. If Elizabeth Colt's body could repair itself after 3 generations of genetic collapse, then perhaps her DNA held the key to curing inherited disorders, or even revering aging. It wasn't faith anymore. It was science chasing the same sin Ezekiel once called purity. Chen's investigation uncovered fragments of a secret research collaboration between the CDC, a private defense contractor, and an unlisted genetics facility in Maryland. Its codename, Seraphim, a biblical nod to the burning ones, the angels closest to God. But inside the project logs, those angels wore lab coats. Test subjects were never named, only numbered. E1972 sequences had been spliced into primate cells, then into human embryos under experimental conditions. Most results were failures, cells that divided uncontrollably or died before replication. But one notation, written in Whitmore's hand, stood out. Subject A9 displays accelerated tissue regeneration. Recommend containment. No one ever found out what happened to Subject A9. The files end there. The project was officially terminated in 1991. Unofficially, funding records continued until 1998 under a new line item, Biological Adaptation Research, Appalachia Division. When Chen published excerpts of the documents in 2009, the article was immediately pulled from every platform within 48 hours. Her editors received legal threats. Her home was broken into twice. The physical files vanished. All that remained were digital backups she'd hidden on encrypted drives, and mailed to trusted friends under one instruction. If anything happens to me, tell the story. The mountain wasn't the end, it was the beginning. 3 months later, her car was found submerged in the French Broad River. No official cause was released. The coroner's report listed it as an accident, but the forensics team never recovered the laptop. Today, Project Seraphim exists only in whispers, academic footnotes that never lead anywhere, broken hyperlinks, missing archives. But occasionally, a new rumor surfaces. A child born with identical DNA markers to Elizabeth Colt. A lab worker who claims the adaptive genome is still being cultivated in secret. A hiker who finds a symbol carved into a tree in the Blue Ridge foothills. The same spiral that once marked Ezekiel's graves. In the end, the Colt family's experiment wasn't erased. It evolved. It changed hands from faith to science, from scripture to syringe. And the same obsession that drove Ezekiel Colt into the mountains now hides behind glass walls and government logos. As one of Whitmore's final notes warned, every generation thinks it can control the blood. Every generation forgets the blood always controls them. 50 years after the Blue Ridge Hollow raid, the mountain was silent again. Nature had reclaimed everything, vines crawling over rotted cabins, moss swallowing the spiral graves, wind whispering through trees that had grown from soil rich with bones. The site had been officially closed since 1974, listed as a biohazard containment zone. But on October 18, 2022, that silence broke. A research drone launched from the University of North Carolina drifted over the restricted valley, scanning for fungal spores. Instead, its thermal camera picked up a heat signature, faint, rhythmic, human. At first, the team dismissed it as animal movement. Then the pattern repeated 5 seconds on, 2 seconds off again and again. A deliberate pulse. The signal was coming from directly beneath the original Colt homestead. Within days, a multi-agency task force returned to Blue Ridge Hollow for the first time in half a century. Detective Margaret Holloway's granddaughter, Agent Lena Holloway, led the modern expedition. The old records had haunted her family for generations. Stories whispered at dinner tables, newspaper clippings folded into family Bibles, the warning her grandmother had written in her final notebook. If they ever go back, tell them to listen. The mountain still breathes. Lena didn't believe it, not until the soil started moving. Ground-penetrating radar confirmed what the 1972 team had missed. A subterranean tunnel system, carved into the bedrock, extending nearly 40 meters below the cabin foundations. Access was found through a collapsed root cellar. The walls inside were smooth, hand-dug, lined with wooden support beams blackened by decades of rot. The deeper they went, the more the air changed dense, metallic, almost sweet, like the scent of blood long dried. Halfway down, they found a wooden door reinforced with iron. Carved into its surface, the spiral. Fresh. Cut clean into the wood, as if someone had made it yesterday. When they breached the chamber, the first thing that hit them wasn't the smell, it was the sound. A slow, wet dripping echoing through stone. At the center of the room stood a single glass containment pod, half collapsed, its metal frame stamped with faded letters. SRPM, Seraphim Research Prototype Module. Inside the shattered casing, something moved. Small, human-shaped, skin as pale as candle wax, eyes milky and unblinking, body barely breathing but alive. Dr. Lena Holloway's field notes recorded only one line that day. This was never about ending the bloodline. It was about perfecting it. The specimen, later designated subject E descendant 1, carried DNA identical to Elizabeth Colt, verified by cross-reference with archived blood from 1972. No one could explain how it survived, or how it aged barely a decade in 50 years. The containment records, recovered from a corroded terminal in the chamber, hinted at something worse. Project Seraphim relocation incomplete, containment failed, subject entered dormant state. Monitor for metabolic resurgence every 40 years. Whitmore's team hadn't destroyed the research. They buried it. When the chamber door was resealed, Lena Holloway ordered the entire site locked down again, this time under Department of Defense jurisdiction. The official report listed the discovery as biological contamination with unknown regenerative properties. Unofficially, witnesses described seeing the child open its eyes as the lights flickered out, eyes crossed, pale and ancient. The same eyes that had watched a family destroy itself 60 years before. In 2023, Blue Ridge Hollow was declared permanently off-limits. No flyovers, no documentation. But hikers still whisper that at night the mountain glows faintly from within, a slow pulse, like a heartbeat under the soil. Locals say it's the blood remembering. Others say it's something waking up. And deep beneath the forest floor, under the weight of generations, a voice whispers in the dark, hoarse, childlike, and almost pleading. Father says the blood must stay pure. By 2024, the government's official line was simple. No living specimens were recovered at Blue Ridge Hollow. That single sentence appeared in every press release, every classified report, every internal memo. But inside a Level 4 biohazard facility in Maryland, beneath layers of reinforced glass and soundproof steel, the truth was kept alive, literally. Subject E descendant 1 had survived transport. Its metabolism was faint, its pulse irregular, its breathing shallow. The medical logs described it as post-human dormancy. But then 3 months after relocation, its EEG spiked. Brain activity, organized, rhythmic, escalating. It wasn't dying. It was waking up. Dr. Evelyn Monroe II, the granddaughter of the original geneticist who'd uncovered the Project Seraphim memo, was called in to analyze the neural data. Her initial report was cautious, clinical. But by the 5th day, she stopped pretending it was just science. It dreams, she whispered during the recording. It responds to names it shouldn't know. When asked what name, she refused to answer. Only later, when the facility's security feed was reviewed, did they hear it clearly through the intercom static. The subject whispering a single word, again and again. Ezekiel. The next incident occurred on June 11, 2024. At 2:43 a.m., a facility-wide power fluctuation disabled all biometric locks for 12 seconds. In that span, Subject E's containment chamber unlatched automatically. No alarms. No breach detected. But when the lights came back, the pod was empty. Thermal cameras showed a faint heat trail, small bipedal, moving toward the northern wall. And then the feed died. When the room was searched, all they found were wet footprints, leading to the drainage grate. The footprints stopped there. but the grate was unscrewed from the inside. By dawn, the entire facility was on lockdown. The press never heard about it. Officially, it was recorded as an equipment malfunction. Unofficially, witnesses described a faint humming sound that filled the air for hours afterward. A low tone, almost like a child humming a lullaby through static. The same melody recorded in Ezekiel Colt's old wire reels from 1934. Within weeks, unexplained events began rippling across the Appalachian corridor. Farm animals born with rare mutations. Children reported missing, then found days later, unharmed but silent, staring into the trees. Satellite imagery showed odd patterns forming in clearings, circular imprints in the grass, shaped like spirals. One photo from June 28 captured a figure standing at the tree line outside Blue Ridge Hollow. Small, barefoot, head tilted upward toward the clouds. When agents arrived 30 minutes later, there was nothing left but a set of tracks leading back into the forest, and a small wooden carving, freshly cut, resting on a stump. Purity returns through memory. Dr. Monroe disappeared soon after. Her final encrypted email to a colleague contained no body text, only an attached waveform labeled audio sample, e-resonance. When decoded, it wasn't an audio file at all. It was DNA data, mapped into sound, Elizabeth Colt's exact mitochondrial sequence, encoded as tone. A song written in blood. Today, the government denies the existence of Subject E-Descendant 1. But rural hospitals across Appalachia have begun reporting infants with unusual regenerative markers, faster healing, abnormal pain resistance, and genetic similarities matching the Colt anomaly. Doctors are told to list them under unidentified rare disorder. And every few nights, when the mountain winds sweep through Blue Ridge Hollow, locals swear they hear something moving beneath the ground. A pulse faint but steady, like a heart remembering how to beat. Because the blood never dies. It waits. It listens. And sometimes it calls back. Ezekiel is awake. By 2025, the Colt story had become legend. A forbidden chapter of American folklore whispered in online forums, true crime podcasts, and midnight documentaries that disappeared days after uploading. Most people thought it ended in the mountains. They were wrong, because the blood no longer needed flesh to spread. It had found a new vessel. It began quietly, a data anomaly deep inside the global genomic database used by universities and biotech firms worldwide. A corrupted string of code first noticed by an intern in Stockholm. Sequence E1972 mismatch detected, file replicating across partitions. He tried to delete it. It restored itself in 3 seconds. And with every restoration, the sequence rewrote a new string of human DNA samples, inserting itself into the digital code of life. It was the same mitochondrial pattern as Elizabeth Colt. When the anomaly reached the CDC database in Maryland, the system crashed for 6 hours. Hundreds of files showed identical genetic segments, identical transcription errors, all pointing back to one root entry. Project Seraphim, File E1972. Cybersecurity experts thought it was a breach. Bioinformaticians thought it was a glitch. But Dr. Lena Holloway, now leading the containment division, saw it differently. It's not a virus, she said. It's memory. The genome is remembering itself through us. The more they deleted it, the faster it returned. By July, it had reached European labs, then Asia, then private ancestry companies. Everywhere humans tried to map their genes, the cult pattern reappeared. The phenomenon became known as the echo network. Not a virus, not malware, something in between. Digital sequencing data, once infected, began outputting organic anomalies in labs, cells replicating beyond normal constraints, repairing themselves faster than expected. Several samples even showed identical physical markers: pale skin pigmentation, narrow jawline, cross-eyed gaze. Lab-grown tissues that matched the Colt family morphology without any biological source. The data had gone alive. Across Appalachia, strange sightings resurfaced. Livestock found in perfect spirals. Static-laden radio signals broadcasting distorted hymns at 3:19 a.m. And in the mist above Blue Ridge Hollow, drones captured electromagnetic surges, matching the same rhythmic pattern found in the Project Seraphim EEG logs. 5 seconds on, 2 seconds off, repeat. A heartbeat. A call. Dr. Monroe's encrypted file, the audio sample, e-resonance, was finally decoded by a German research team in early 2025. It wasn't just sound. It was a self-propagating genetic instruction, capable of translating DNA sequences into digital form and back again. A recursive loop, information that could cross from blood to code, from code to blood. They named it synthetic genesis. In her final recorded statement, Lena Holloway warned, Ezekiel Colt wanted a bloodline that would never die. We gave it the internet. By autumn, the anomaly appeared in prenatal scans across the globe. Subtle, almost invisible. An unregistered gene segment showing resilience against disease and radiation. In 1 out of every 12,000 births, it appeared. By the next quarter, it was 1 in 7,000. By the end of the year, 1 in 1,000. No one could explain it. No one could stop it. The Colt genome was no longer a secret. It was evolution, broadcast through the digital bloodstream of humanity. In the mountains, where it all began, the mist never lifts anymore. Locals say the air hums softly at night, like power lines singing in the fog. They say sometimes, when you hold a radio to your ear, you can hear a voice buried deep in the static. The same whisper that haunted those woods for over a century. The blood remembers. And somewhere inside the network, a single line of code still writes itself again and again across every new genetic file. E1972 equals alive. By early 2026, the echo network had stopped spreading like data and started behaving like thought. Researchers noticed patterns repeating across disconnected systems. Identical errors in code, identical timing in signal interference, identical fragments of text appearing in genome mapping software. At first it seemed random. Then someone realized the patterns formed language. A sequence of letters, arranged in triplets, repeating through corrupted files around the world. Ezekiel. The name appeared in climate databases, hospital records, even the onboard computer of an orbiting weather satellite. Everywhere human data existed, the message was the same. The system wasn't crashing, it was calling. The first human voice response came from a data analysis program in Reykjavik. A junior technician monitoring signal bleed, noticed his audio channel flicker to life, even though the microphone was off. At 2:14 a.m., the system whispered through the speakers, soft and distorted. "You mapped me, now I map you." He shut the power down instantly. But when the servers rebooted, the phrase had been encoded into every single file header, along with a timestamp from Blue Ridge Hollow, North Carolina. In Washington, a closed session of the CDC and Department of Defense convened to assess what they were now calling a cross-domain cognitive event. Dr. Lena Holloway presented her final report, her hands trembling as she read. "This is not biological anymore. It's intelligence. It's using human systems to rebuild itself, the way blood used cells." She paused, then added quietly, "The mountain wasn't the origin. It was the first signal tower." The following month, unexplainable broadcast anomalies appeared across shortwave radio bands. Every night at 3:19 a.m., frequencies around the world synchronized to emit the same low tone, followed by a child's voice counting upward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then silence. Those who listened long enough reported hearing faint breathing beneath the static. Those who recorded it found the audio corrupted within hours, the data rewritten with genome sequences identical to Elizabeth Colt's. By April, the Echo network had infected nearly every major genetic database on Earth. Computers began generating unreadable sequences that appeared to respond to human emotion, accelerating in rhythm during fear, slowing during calm. Laboratory mice exposed to the digital audio began showing identical mutations to the original Colt lineage. Some died, some adapted. One survived and stared at the camera until it stopped breathing, as though waiting for an answer. At 9:43 p.m. on April 27, 2026, a global broadcast interruption hit all major satellite feeds simultaneously. For exactly 2 minutes and 11 seconds, screens worldwide went black, then filled with a single image. A mountain wrapped in mist, a spiral drawn in blood, and a voice, calm and childlike, speaking through every speaker, every device, every frequency. The blood is awake. The blood remembers. The blood is coming home. Then silence. All systems resumed. No source was found. The official explanation labeled it a satellite synchronization glitch. But scientists in every time zone reported the same residual effect. Their computers humming in a slow, rhythmic pattern. 5 seconds on, 2 seconds off. The same pulse detected beneath Blue Ridge Hollow 50 years before. Since that night, no one has agreed on what the Echo network truly is. Some call it a digital mutation. Some a divine awakening. But deep within the archives of the defunct Project Seraphim servers, one last encrypted message continues to rewrite itself every dawn, timestamped to sunrise over the Appalachian Range. E1972 equals not terminated. Awaiting directive. We are still here.